afternoon as we go through our very important long-term plan deliberations. Welcome to Councillor Harvey, who's joining us by Zoom today, and we will hear through just the normal channels when you're ready to ask questions or share debate. Could I ask Councillor Apatu to start with a karakia?
Kia ora, Your Worship. E tu ātua manakitia mai mātou, me a mātou mahi I tēnei wā, I runga I te ingoa tapu, āmeni. Amen.
Kia ora, thank you, ngā mihi nui. No leave of absence or apologies have been received. Any call for leave of absence, councillors? We covered that off last week. Oh, Councillor Watkins.
Thank you, Worship. I'd like to apply for leave from 22nd of August to 16th of September, please.
No further leave of absence? Move from the chair. We accept that recommendation. All those in favour, please. Seconded by Councillor Kerr. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any against? Thank you. That's carried. Conflicts of interest. Just to remind our members today, conflict of interest, to just declare those at the appropriate time as we work through the matters in the long-term plan. As community members, you represent many communities, and there will be some arise from time to time. Now we move on to item 5, and I'd like to move the motion from the chair to uplift agenda item 5 from the table. The motion, which I will read, that Council uplift item 5 long-term plan 2024-2034 and development contributions policy submissions from the meeting held on Thursday the 13th of June 2024, which was left to lie on the table per section 25.2D of the Hastings District Council standing orders. Happy to move from the chair. Do I have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Sholem. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any against? Thank you, that's carried. Now I'd like to invite Mr. Lex Verhoeven to take us through the process that, and I'd like to make a special acknowledgement to the officers who've worked very, very hard to bring this deliberation part of our agenda today to the table and the process that we've been through. And I look forward to hearing from you now, Mr. Verhoeven. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just as we enter the decision-making part of this meeting, it seems like a while we've been working on this agenda, so I really just wanted to refer you to my covering report in the agenda, now that you've heard submissions. So that's on page 7 of the main agenda. Just pointing out for you, and I'm sure you've consumed it all, but that you'll find in there an overview of the feedback that we received through the process we've undertaken with our community, both in terms of the online feedback that we received and the 8 volumes of submissions that you've been working through, but also the consultation document tear-off from the consultation document and that feedback. So that's there for your consideration as you get into your deliberations this afternoon. The other thing that the covering report does is put into sort of general themes the written content that we've received through written submissions, particularly around the rates and the plan and the consultation document more generally, and also some of the written feedback that came back on the consultation document tear-off. So you've got those themes there for you as well. And then just lastly, in terms of the process for this afternoon, I refer to section 4.3 of this report, essentially 6 key pieces of work and decisions that need to be considered. They're listed there for you. Your Worship will take them, not necessarily in that order, and we'll work our way through those 6 pieces of work, which will bring us to the conclusion of proceedings. So I'll hand back to you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Mr. Verhoeven. And can I take this opportunity to acknowledge and thank our community who took the time to share either a written submission or a verbal submission or both. And it's been a fantastic couple of days hearing from our community and how they are feeling out there in our world and some of the challenges that they are facing through this very, very challenging economic time that we're living in. So I'm very grateful to have received those submissions, and as we move now, I'd like to also acknowledge our cyclone-impacted communities. And while some of our urban residents, I think we've moved on quite a long time, through our recovery, there's still an awful lot to do. There is an awful lot to do for some of our hard-hit communities and also for us facing the enormity of the transport rebuild in many parts of our district. And so it is, now I'd like to start us this afternoon to work through, first and foremost, the cyclone targeted rate. And I'd like to, we did ask our staff who've worked very hard over the weekend to consider both options that we took to our community, both a 25% rate rise made up of 17% base and 8% cyclone recovery, and also a 19% other option. And I'd like to now invite our Deputy Chief Executive to take us through the options for the cyclone rate and also the overall 3-year funding.
Through your worship, I guess for clarity, we can take council through the 19 versus the 25% rate increase. Embedded in that is the conversation about the targeted rate, and so we'll weave those two elements together as part of this presentation. So through you, worship, so as you all be familiar, we have consulted with the community on a preferred option, which is a 25% rate increase in year 1, followed by 15 and 10% rate increases through years 2 and 3. In year 1 and year 2, there's a split between the new targeted rate, as your worship has mentioned, 8% of the 25 and 6% of the 15 over those 2 years will be set up to help recover the borrowed funds that council is required to undertake to meet the requirements of our cyclone recovery. Over the next 6-7 years, council will borrow in excess of $200 million in its response to dealing with the recovery. These rate increases and this targeted rate around the cyclone recovery is geared at servicing those loans and repaying them back over a 16-year period. The proposed plan had council with a balanced budget by year 2. So in the first year of the plan, this coming financial year, council was borrowing to fund operations to the tune of just over $6 million. That enabled council to blend in a rate increase over a 3-year period and enable the organisation to fully meet its operational requirements. Peak debt reaches just a tick over $700 million in 2029-30, and due to the way that council's revenue is formulated, council will reach peak debt in terms of a percentage debt to income in 25-26 under this 3-year plan and the proposed scenario that council consulted on. That had council, so the yellow line on that graph represents an adjusted debt to revenue calculation when we take out one-off revenues that relate primarily to the cyclone that in time will disappear, and we've been taking a prudent approach to not incorporate that one-off revenue into that calculation methodology, because ultimately it will go away and council will be potentially exposed if it didn't do that. Council, part of the long-term plan, and any long-term plan, council adopts a financial strategy. And in that financial strategy, it talks about how it will meet the needs of its infrastructure, its renewal program, how it funds depreciation. In this situation for council, the impact of the cyclone is paramount. What that does is it really pushes council's borrowing to its limits. Ordinarily, councils across New Zealand can borrow to 2.8 times its revenue. This council has set a policy position of 2.5 times. That enables council to have a wee bit of, I guess, flex and an ability to respond should something else happen in the years ahead. But what it does mean is that Hastings District Council is incredibly constrained over the next 6 to 7 years. And this, I think this graph clearly illustrates that, and it's not until sort of 29-30 that you start to see the blue line at the top starting to separate away from the red line. That's really illustrating where council begins to get some capacity back and some headroom back in its borrowing abilities. As Your Worship mentioned, there was mention in the consultation document of an alternative option, a 5-year plan that takes the year 1 rate increase from 25% to 19%. Year 2 remains the same, but what it does require is higher rate increases for a longer period of time. Council will have a balanced budget by year 3, but what that means is that it will be borrowing more for operations for a longer period of time. So in the previous example, what we consulted on, about $6 million worth of borrowings for operational costs in that first year, that increases to $27 million over the first 3 years of this plan. Peak debt under this scenario, all things being equal, would peak out at $736 million, and our debt to revenue ratio would exceed current policy. There's an undertaking from the Chief Executive and the staff that over the next period of time we can, if Council chooses to go with this option, we can manage the capital program and those projects that are being debt funded so that the debt to revenue ratio does not exceed 250% and will not exceed the peak debt of $700 million proposed in the preferred option in the consultation document. When it comes to making the adjustment between the 25% option and pulling back 6% of that, somewhere that needs to be felt and through the rating tools that we have, so that the proposal from officers and as staff have worked out the scenario of how this could be presented, is trying to find a way where we had, I guess, as much equity as to how that rate increase, or that reduction in rate increase would fall on our ratepayers. We're proposing that we don't touch or target our water and wastewater targeted rates. The rates and the costs for delivering of a certain service for those ratepayers that connect into them. There are large increases coming in both of those spaces that council will need to meet around renewing infrastructure and meeting higher levels of environmental standards. There is an opportunity to reduce the refuse rate marginally, about $20 per property in the first year of the plan to help create some of that space. And we're proposing that the recovery rate remains untouched. Council, through its working party, spent a lot of time deliberating on the methodology that supported a recovery rate and the approach that council took in that basis to use a fixed charge and then and also a land value based approach to apportion the recovery rate across the ratepayers, across our 2 rating areas, urban and rural, in a way that created the most equitable distribution of that cost. So our recommendation to council, Your Worship, is that the recovery rate, as it's proposed in the consultation document and in the long-term plan, draft long-term plan, remains as was recommended, and that we use the general rate and the community and resource fixed rate as the mechanism to distribute any reduction in rates from the 25% to the 19%. The community and resource rate is a fixed rate per property, so it's an ability to apply part of that reduction evenly across all properties across the district, and while the general rate component obviously will affect properties based on their land value. So what does that mean in terms of this same graph? If we overlay a 19% rate increase compared to the 25% that council consulted on, it doesn't make a lot of difference in the long term, but what you do see is that it really squeezes out and takes away any capacity that council has if it is to remain within its 250% of debt to income policy position. And for the next 6 to 7 years, council will have no capacity to respond to anything beyond what's already in the plan, should that arise. And as we've sort of communicated in the lead up and the formulation of this long-term plan, and really a lot of the key drivers that are influencing such a high rate increase, those cost pressures haven't stopped since we've consulted on the long-term plan. Since then, we've renewed council's renewed the electricity contract. That's added another $1.5 million of cost, primarily in the Three Waters space, around pumping, but also in street lights. We have a new gas supply contract, again, more costs. Our public liability, professional indemnity insurance, we've been forced to change providers of that through changes in the London markets. That's adding another $300,000 of council's baseline costs. So generally, these cost pressures aren't going away anytime soon. We're feeling them across a number of different fronts, and it's largely in areas that are non-discretionary. It's areas where we're committed to incurring expenditure, whether it be electricity for pumping or insurance for the things that we require. Staff have spent quite a bit of time reviewing the capital plan for the next 10 years, but primarily focused in the early years of the plan. There are projects in the current financial year that have been deferred and moved into year one of the plan, and staff have worked to create that space and capacity to enable that to happen without adding to the overall program. So the baseline program has been reviewed, some deferment, some revision of costs based on updated information, and that's just a constant evolving process that officers work through. So really, in summary, Your Worship, if council was to take the option of reducing the 25% rate increase down to 15%, that reduced, sorry, 19, that reduced rate increase really extends the extent of the unbalanced budget. Council will borrow more to enable that decision to take place, to take effect. Council will be borrowing more to fund operations. There will be larger rate increases for longer, and there will be more difficult years ahead as council navigates that process. And ultimately, as much as officers have worked through and modelled different scenarios around the different rates that we can use to distribute that reduction, it does not fall equitably across all ratepayers, and it will vary across properties based on land value, based on the value of whether they connect to different council services. So on that note, Your Worship, I think just the other key point really is that council needs to balance up and weigh the financial impact on council as an organisation. There's continuing costs that it will incur versus what has been heard very clearly through the submissions. And we all understand the cost pressures that our community are under, the cost of living crisis, the effects of higher interest rates, all the costs that we're experiencing as an organisation are being felt by our community as well. So,
thank you. Thank you, councillors. Now we'll focus on the cyclone targeted rate, and I'll start with questions. Thank you. Starting with questions. I have a question for you, Mr. Allen. Can you just advise us, the government has made a commitment to support the Hawke's Bay Cyclone Gabrielle recovery. Does our LTP long-term plan have any inclusion and any support from the Crown?
Through Your Worship, the current long-term plan in relation to recovery works assumes the currently agreed government funding of $227 million. It also includes an assumption that council will receive a 73% subsidy for any works going forward beyond that. It has not taken into account any additional funding beyond that point.
Thank you. Question, Councillor Nixon?
Councillor Kerr was ahead of me.
Councillor Kerr?
Yeah, I'll go after her.
Thank you, Worship. If we're specifically looking at the
Yes.
Cyclone Gabrielle targeted rate,
Yes.
my question to the team is, how long are we running with that targeted rate of 8% across the two rating areas?
Through Your Worship. So you'll note that there's a 8% 8% of the 25% that's been consulted on relates to the creation of a targeted rate in year one. That's effectively repeated in year two. And then that is the end of the increases relating to the cyclone targeted rate. But that targeted rate will continue for 16 years until the debt that we've incurred relating to cyclone recovery is repaid.
Thank you.
Thank you. Further questions? We'll move now into debate and deliberations. Councillor Kerr.
Thank you. I know council and management and staff have to put a lot of work into the way we pay for the cyclone damage, built a strong relationship with the Crown, with funding that has been received and we hope will be received again in the future. Therefore, I would like to support that council, and the words I have here, ratifies the introduction of a cyclone recovery targeted rate as outlined in our consultation document. And I don't have to look far into our community to see where this is making a big impact. There are still isolated rural communities. There's a community that is a broken bridge away from the rest of the world. Waikawa. They are being amazingly resilient and positive, but I know that would stop if we weren't continuing the work on their bridge, and that work's happening right now. So totally support it. I had a quick chat to my colleague, my other rural colleague, and we've estimated 75% of the Hastings district geographically has been impacted by the cyclone. So very much support the sharing of that cost across our district, and as I say, happy to move, if you're taking a mover at the moment, the introduction of a cyclone recovery rate.
Thank you, Councillor Kerr. Councillor Sholem.
Thank you, Worship. As a urban councillor, it's been interesting having conversations with our community, especially those who are urban dwellers who don't see day to day the impact of the cyclone upon in particular our rural community. However, when we look at the recovery that's ahead of us with our LTP, over $1 billion dedicated towards recovery and a local share of 230 million, it's not hard to see that there is a lot of work ahead of us. I was really pleased to be part of the LTP working group with my colleagues to work through how we would apportion the cyclone recovery rate out to our community. And I find the methodology we've used really sound and fair and we're all in this together approach. And therefore I'd be very proud and happy to second the recommendations.
Thank you, Councillor Sholem. Councillor Nixon. Any further comments? I'll put the recommendation. We have a mover and a seconder. Moved by Councillor Kerr, seconded Councillor Sholem, that the cyclone targeted rate be moved. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any against? Thank you. That's carried unanimously. Thank you, team, and to our community out there. We've got a big journey in front of us, but this is a journey we're all in together. In partnership with the Crown, we'll be strongly advocating for future funding to ease the burden from the ratepayer for our cyclone recovery. And we will make sure that we get those roads and bridges built back as fast as possible. It was very exciting to see the team there at Puketapu starting the rebuild of the new Puketapu Bridge yesterday, Monday. Yesterday? Yes. The days fly by. All right, thank you very much. Moving on to the next item, we have the overall 3-year funding plan, and we have just heard from Mr. Allen the updated version of whether council considers a 25% rate rise or an option of a 19% and what that will mean. We have listened to our community. We've heard the challenges that they're facing through the tough economic climate we are in right now, and we have asked our officers to make sure that we are looking at every cost efficiency and cost saving possible to reduce any burden on any rate decision. I'll take any further questions, first of all, on Mr. Allen's presentation about the two options that you're considering today, or any other part of the funding arrangements for the overall 3-year plan. Councillor Kerr?
Thank you, Your Worship. It worries me significantly, Your Worship, that we are essentially borrowing to operate our business. We're essentially borrowing to pay for the likes of our insurance and our electricity. And I just need confirmation that if we're going to be running an unbalanced budget for the next 3 years as planned, that that's entirely legitimate and it's an acceptable tool that we as council can use.
Thank you, Councillor Kerr. Councillor Sholem? Oh, sorry. Yes, thank you.
Sorry, Your Worship, yes, it is a legitimate choice that council has. I think the key thing is being able to demonstrate that you have a path forward to get to a point where you do have a balanced budget and you are no longer borrowing to fund operational costs as you've outlined. And clearly council does have that plan.
Councillor Sholem?
Thank you, Your Worship. A question through you. The difference, the cumulative difference in rate increases between the 3 and the 5-year plan, and how that plays out, what is the percentage difference? Because I recognise that if we soften the blow to our ratepayers right now, there is a trade-off later, and I'm just interested to make sure that we understand what that is.
Through Your Worship, it's approximately 3%, and part of that is, the calculations we've done to date sort of suggest that council will incur an additional $2.5 million a year in interest costs just to manage the additional debt that it has due to borrowing for operations, and then ultimately that debt needs to be repaid.
Thank you. Councillor Fowler?
Yes, through Your Worship, you just taking questions at this stage.
Don't seem to have any further questions. I'm open for debate now.
Yep. I would like to support, through Your Worship, the 19% option. I realise that it will cost, as Mr. Allen has outlined, it will cost the ratepayers more. But listening to the reading all the submissions, that there are some real genuine hardship out there, and not only in the submissions but also approaches from the community. I would like to think that the council we will be moving towards looking at efficiencies and as a continual process. In other words, to look at savings. So where we have, while the interest costs will be more under this proposal, as we're going from 6 million debt to 26 million, if we adopt the 19% proposal, I'd like to think that we can continue to look for efficiencies to do that. So happy to move on the table of the 19%, Your Worship.
Thank you. Councillor Kerr, second. Thank you. Councillor Sholem?
Thank you, Worship. I was going to second, but instead I'll just speak to the motion, if I may. During the LTP planning, we identified $50 million worth of cuts and deferrals that could be made. We dug deep. We also looked at charging our chief executive and staff with finding an additional 2.5% savings, which equates to about 2.7 million in operational savings, which they'll work on over the next few months. I know now, Your Worship, that you are looking at continuing a working party or an advisory group who will continue to look for savings, and I share Councillor Fowler's optimism that given time, we will be able to find further ways of reducing the financial impact on our community in the longer term. So with that in mind, while I recognise that we remain hopeful and optimistic and steadfastly pursue continued investment from government, that's not a guarantee today. So right now we need to take a calculated risk, I believe, in supporting the 19%, knowing full well that that costs our community more in the long run if we don't find additional savings and investment, and we need to charge ourselves with doing just that. So it's on that basis that I support the recommendations.
Thank you, councillor Sholem. Councillor Nixon.
Yeah, thank you, Worship. Actually, I had a question. We sort of went past me a bit fast. In the booklet, the council booklet put out, it gives the some of the increases that we've faced in recent times. And it's headed up to fund over 3 years, Cyclone Gabriel, 14% infrastructure, interest 13.5, labour 7.5, you know those figures. Is that what's already happened, or is that what we're anticipating?
Through your worship, it's what we're anticipating, and it's what the 3-year plan anticipates will happen as far as additional costs going forward.
So can I just add to that? So does that mean the cost increases already incurred are already budgeted in for the year that's coming to an end?
So they formulate, so part of what's in year 1 of the plan is capturing the cost increases that we're incurring right now around insurance, electricity, interest, personnel costs. They're already in the budget, and that's part of the rate increase that's proposed. And then if we look forward, there's additional increases that come just naturally, and through inflationary pressures.
That's great, thank you. Could I just add my support to the motion?
Thank you.
Yeah, we're really facing a tsunami, not only the cyclone, but cost increases, and on top of that, we have an economic situation that's not as buoyant as it was so long ago. And I think we need to take into account the effect this is having on our broader community, and that's what we're really talking about. Because in some ways, I don't agree with the 19%. I think 25% is the right answer, but I think the impact on the community is just too severe. And therefore, I do support the 19% because we have to cushion people's ability to get through this multi-level crisis in order to make our way forward and to create future prosperity. So that's all I want to say.
Mahi nui. Thank you, councillor Nixon. I'm going to take councillor Harvey now. Welcome, councillor Harvey.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
I hear you, thank you.
Okay, right. Just a question around just process from here, please. There are a couple of decisions within this meeting that are funding that is not necessarily set at the 25 or the 19%. I'll just use the example of Frimley Pool. So how does that play out with the decision making and the setting of the rate here?
So thank you, Lex. Bruce, I'll get you to answer that.
Thank you, Richard. So effectively, what council's signing off on, whether it's a 25% rate increase or a 19% rate increase, is acknowledging that you have an unbalanced budget, that you are borrowing for operational costs. So if you can lock in one of those options as a percentage increase, if you make other funding decisions after that point, Frimley Pool's a good example, the budget assumes that Frimley Pool is closed. So if you make a decision that's different to that will add operational costs to the budget. It will increase the extent to which the budget is unbalanced. It'll increase the extent to which we have a budget deficit going into the next financial year. And that goes to any funding decisions that you may make this afternoon.
Yeah, no, just a supplementary question to that then, please. Just in relation to the Frimley Pool example, what would that add to either whether it was a 25 or the 19%?
So basically, it's not going to make any difference because in terms of, you know, what we're doing is we're spreading this over a longer period and we're borrowing to manage our operational expenses. Nigel,
Okay, thank you.
$200,000 a year savings, if I recall correctly. That's right, Bruce? Yep. Any further questions, councillor Harvey? Councillor
No, thank you.
Watkins.
Thank you, Worship. I think if our district was at the top of the game, I would support 25%. Short and sharp, get over it. but actually we're not. 2016 water crisis, 2019 COVID, 23 Gabriel, the community's bruised and hurting significantly. And we've read that in the submissions. So I understand the consequences of reducing to a 19%, but I think it's going to challenge our disciplines around fiscal responsibility and cost cutting. I know you're doing that now. I know our staff's doing that, but it's going to add an extra layer of discipline. We always say it's the last straw that breaks the camel's back. We're still going to add a straw to the camel, but I hope 19% will just lighten it enough so that straw doesn't break the camel's back.
Thank you, Councillor Watkins. Councillor Dixon.
Yeah, thank you, Worship. Firstly, thank you to all the officers and the working party and all those who put submissions in. Very much appreciate all the hard work that's gone on behind the scenes. We all appreciate it's going to be really tough times out there for everyone. I've got a lot of sympathy for you. Across New Zealand, councils are having exactly the same massive problems. It's not just here in Hastings and Hawke's Bay. 19% is in line with what's happening, and most councils haven't had the impact of a cyclone. Here in Hawke's Bay we have, and especially in Hastings. It also needs to be remembered that other councils have a separate water division where they charge a separate water rate. For example, Wellington and Auckland, that's on top of their rates. So I think we've done exceptionally well. I support option B.
Thank you, Councillor Dixon. Councillor Teo Skipworth.
Thank you, Worship. I'd like to echo the mihi to all the officers. I would like to support the current recommendation by Councillor Fowler. There's a number of reasons why. I know we went out for consultation and we sent out tear-off documents, but I'm wondering in the Māori communities who aren't quite up to play with how council works, whether we could consider next time going to marae hui to consult with our whānau. But a lot of whānau that have come to me personally, not via the submissions. And what a lot of them have said, if we go to 25%, any increase is going to hurt them. But if we go to 25%, potentially they won't pay their rates. They'll pay their power, they'll pay their food. And then they could look at either remortgaging and not being able to afford their mortgage. Homes are really hard fought for. When you become a home owner, it's the dream. Not only that, people that have houses at the moment that are renting, they're going to be hit harder as well. And I think we have to stress that it's not just ratepayers that are going to be hit by this, but also consumers who are renting as well. So I support the recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Teo Skipworth. Councillor Hickey. Kia ora.
E te koro matua. Hau tau, ko tai mai nei tēnei wā. Your Worship, other councillors, all of our communities are feeling the effects not only of the disasters of past, but what's in our face today. As I mentioned in the workshop, I haven't heard all the kōrero from our community of Flaxmere. Like Councillor Teo Skipworth said, it's a different process, and unfortunately, in the submissions that were submitted, we didn't hear their voice. I know that my community is feeling the effects. However, on the balance of things, we know that Hastings District Council is going to do all they can to make things work. Over a 5-year period, option B is the best thing for me and my community that I represent. I'm happy, like all the others that have spoken this afternoon, to support option B in regards to the overall 3-year funding plan. Kia ora tātou.
Kia ora. Councillor Jessup.
Kia ora tātou. He mahi tuatahi ki ngā kai mahi, mahi ana te mahi nui. I'd just like to echo what our previous speakers have said. We do need to make a brave decision, and I must put it back on our kai mahi to say that when it was echoed that we were going to do 25%, my heart sunk, because I knew that our whānau can't afford that. I don't want to see people homeless. I don't want to see people that are going to be struggling to feed their tamariki, their elders, everyone that's only on one income. We've heard from the submissions and the people that came in to talk to it, and I think our council is brave because we listen to the people. We listen to the people that need our help at this time, so I'd like to support the 19%.
Kia ora. Kia ora. Councillor Barrow.
Thank you, Your Worship. I would like to echo the sentiments we've already heard around the table. I think there are a lot of pressure points in our community at the moment, between mortgage rates to groceries to petrol. People are hurting. The 19% gives people more time to adjust in this organisation, a better opportunity to look at how we do things, what we do, and how we deliver them to provide better for our community at a level that they can afford going into the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Barrow. Anybody else who wishes to share their views on the proposed recommendation? No? Okay. Councillor Kerr?
Thank you. For me, this has been very much a head versus heart balance. My head says if we were running a business, our rates or what we sell would be a lot higher than 25% because we wouldn't be tolerable to run an unbalanced budget. But I know that we've cut and we've squeezed and we've challenged the staff and we were able to reduce to a 25%. And now understanding to push it to 19, all we're doing is extending the hurt for a longer period, which I will support because as councillors we're challenged with looking after the well-being of our community as well. And in doing this, I truly pray that there's no big disaster looming in the coming years, because I'm not sure how we're going to manage that. So I seconded this motion in the belief that we're going to have all is calm, Your Worship, and we're going to have a good few years, and we'll get the productivity of the community and the primary sector up and operating, and we'll be away. Thank you.
Kia ora, thank you, Councillor Kerr. Right, a reply to the mover, Councillor Fowler.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just to echo my thoughts and also what Deputy Mayor said, in a business context, we would probably look at this in a different, but we are here to represent our community. Our community is hurting. And as I said, there are opportunities and there will be opportunities to look at making savings above what we've already bedded in as we go further. And I'm sure councillors will look forward to taking part in that.
Thank you, Councillor Fowler. I will also support recommendation B to move to the 19%. And I have faith and hope that we will get more funding from external sources and from the government. And I know that every $10 million that we get from the Crown is a 1% reduction on our rates. So this is critically important that as our region we stand together with the government and seek more support for our recovery to lessen the burden on our ratepayer. We have so many people that are in the process of voluntary buyouts, restarting their lives in different places, and we're on a long journey. We've got a lot of roads and many culverts and bridges to rebuild, and this transport network to stand up is what the prosperity of our region is made up of, and we must do this, but we cannot do this on our own, and this is a partnership, as we have said from the beginning. And so I'm hopeful that this rating burden will not stay as it is, but we can pay back down debt and we can respond and recover faster than what we anticipated with a 19% rate rise. So we have a mover and a seconder. Do I have any other speakers who would like to speak to the motion, to the recommendation? No, I'm going to put the recommendation. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any against? Carried unanimously. Thank you very much. Thank you, Councillor Harvey. We have seen your hand up with the recommendation. Thank you. Thank you to the team, and I'd like to acknowledge the long-term plan working party who has spent a long time before we got to this place working out how we could manage a rating impact and what that would look like, and the enormous amount of work that our staff has done to get us to this place today. Now we will move to the Frimley pool, and there is an A or B recommendation that either the council ratifies the closure of Frimley pool as outlined in the long-term plan consultation document, or any other suggestion or recommendation that should come from councillors. Starting with Councillor Dixon.
Yeah, thank you, Worship. Initially, I was 110% behind keeping the pools open, mainly because I first started taking classes of children there back in the 70s. And then through the 90s till 2014, I watched them grow in water confidence, learn to swim, become competitive swimmers. And it was particularly important for all our multicultural children, many of whom had never ever been near water. It's safe, it's secure, it consists of 3 pools, each of a different depth. And they explore it as a family as they age. Then last month I saw the attendance numbers had fallen away, and I started to reconsider my decision. Now, however, after having read all of the submissions and listened to the submitters, I now decide it's essential that the Frimley pools remain open for all of the following reasons. It is the only outdoor pool in Hastings that is suitable for families. It's affordable, it's accessible. It caters for lower socioeconomic communities like Camberley, Raurika, Flaxmere. It's there. You can teach children to swim there? Yes, you can. If it closes, many of these families will either go without or use a polluted river or a dangerous alternative. And that's not on. Submissions mentioned a number of issues that can easily be addressed with thought and a willing mind. Suitable opening hours, yes, that can happen. Undesirable behaviour, yes, that can be removed. Improved range of activities, yes, they could happen. Variety of foods and drinks, yes, they could happen. It used to when the shop opened into the pool. Better promotion and advertising, that must happen. A Manu bombing pool, it had one once. It is my firm belief that the Frimley pools, apart from essential maintenance, have been neglected by the HDC ever since they took over from the Trust. A saving of $250,000 in the scheme of council spending is a minuscule amount. It's not 2.5 million, it's not 25 million, it is 225,000. To achieve this saving, you plan to demolish a current asset that, if replaced, would be more than 15 million. Frimley pools are an accessible, open-air community centre for fun, enjoyment that are suitable and affordable for families. Closure and demolition means that they'll be lost to the Hastings community.
Thank you. Okay, thank you, Councillor Dixon.
I'm entitled to 5 minutes, Your Worship.
5 minutes? No,
That's standing orders.
Yep.
we're just about there.
I'll finish quickly then. Thank you. We are well aware that times are tough, but they won't be like that forever. But by making the decision to close and demolish a long-term community asset, Frimley Pool is permanent. Sport Hawke's Bay is about to undertake a regional aquatics plan. Why not wait until that's completed? It may well tell us there's a shortage of community swimming space. My support is keeping it open. Thank you. I'd like to move that way if possible.
You're moving recommendation B to
that the pool remains
council
open.
resolves to keep the pool Frimley pool open.
Thank you.
Do I have a seconder? Councillor Watkins.
Yes.
Okay, we have a motion on the table. Please, now we direct our either questions to or debate to that motion. Councillor Sholem.
Can I just propose that I can't think what the word is,
Yes.
I'm about to do.
All right.
I'm about to do
Sorry,
that.
Councillor Kerr. I've got Councillor Sholem. You.
Thank you, Worship. I would like to foreshadow a motion. So if the motion that's currently on the table is lost, I will be moving the opposite. My rationale behind this, and I will speak to the current motion on the table, is that the Frimley pool is a really difficult and deeply personal issue for many of us, and it clearly was for many of our submitters as well. And I include myself in that. I live in Frimley. I take my children to this pool. It's where they learnt some of their swimming, and it's where I spent with them as babies. So I don't look upon this issue in a callous way. It's a deeply personal issue to me. However, when I look at the submissions, and I acknowledge that 83% of the online submissions were against the closure, and I acknowledge that 71% of the posted submissions were also in this direction, it would be really easy for us as elected members to fall into the trap of playing a game of just numbers. But as many of us who have been here for some time know, submissions are not just about numbers, because 460 people cannot represent a community of thousands in isolation. Instead, submissions are about trying to find points that haven't already been considered in planning, views that we may not have already seen. And unfortunately, I did not find those in the submissions. Every point raised was one we had already traversed and considered at length. And I remind everyone that if we were just to play a numbers game, we would end up in a scenario where small, vocal, mobilised minority view holders could easily sway government influence and local government influence globally. So it's important we not fall into that trap. The financial reality is that maintaining Frimley Pool comes with substantial costs. While patronage of the seasonal facility, only seasonal, has started to drop away, and it has been on a consistent downward trend. I've seen it myself when they're with my children. So while 83% of online submitters oppose the closure, we must consider the broader financial context and fiscal constraints we find ourselves in today. $250,000 is not to be sniffed at. It adds up to millions over years. It is not a minor spend. And when you consider how much the ratepayer is currently subsidising each visitor to Frimley Pool, it is a substantial amount. We need to balance our investment in community assets with our responsibility to minimise rate increases for our most vulnerable. Closing the pools allows us to preserve the land as either public reserve or public facilities. It won't become housing, not without a great deal of battle from our community, and explore alternative recreational uses. We must also address the concern that closing the pool will drive lower socioeconomic households to swim in rivers, polluted ones, as Councillor Dixon claims, in the summer months. To a degree, this is a valid concern, but we also need to work to enhance access to other council-owned swimming facilities and also coordinate with local schools who have pools in the area. Look at those alternative options rather than charging our ratepayers $250,000 a year for a facility that is underused. So while I'm personally invested in Frimley Pool, the broader financial and community needs compel me to support its closure. This is a time for us to make the hard decisions for the betterment of our community. And while I acknowledge some of the things that have been raised by my colleague, putting in place a manu pool and other things will cost even more. We are not in that time.
Thank you, Councillor Sholem. Councillor Watkins.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. I'll be very brief because my colleague, Councillor Dixon, has said it all. But look, I live just round the corner from the pool. I see who goes there. I see the school buses that are there. I see the grandstands chocker with kids. I hear the noise from the pool. I think what the submissions say, we close the pool at the wrong hours in the summer. The families come home from work, they want to go to the pool, and the pool's not open long enough. So I think there's a way of addressing the major issue. I'm not going to say more than that because I think Councillor Nixon's covered the other points. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Watkins. Could I just ask a question, please, just picking up on your point to Ms Dinwoody. What are the opening hours at the moment? Can you just remind us of the Frimley Pool?
Through you, Your Worship. I believe they're from about 10 till about 4:30.
10 till 4:30. Thank you. And that's 7 days a week, is it?
Yes, I'll have to check that.
Okay, 7 days a week. And the current cost for the pool?
$6 for an adult and $4 for a child.
$6 and $4. Thank you very much. Councillor Monteperto Hendry.
Thank you, Your Worship. Aroha mai, I wrote a little bit of fluff. For those that respond to this, it's really important. Others like high level, so I might waffle a bit, but it's countering you. I'm very sorry and supporting Councillor Dixon. Friendly Pool's intangible value is more significant than 250k. So I'm speaking with emotion, but I do understand that I need strategy and critical input to support the majority of funds that I want us to be able to keep and stay with that pool. Listening to the submissions, this is our chance to hear submitters that took the time and the courage to have their say, to show that their voice is heard and we value the score of what we asked. A majority against a minority may not mean the decider, and I do acknowledge that, but I do acknowledge those who obliged. There was a submitter with a baby on the hip, and she touched on many things, and the one that hit home to me was mental health. I've tabled this earlier, and I would love for everybody to work with mental health organisations and have that as something that we have on our website. I know that that's not our area of expertise. Critically, I actually sought counsel with an expert, New Zealand 2008 Olympic swimmer Willie Benson. Willie has taught many swimmers at all HHDC pools and still does at Sport Hawke's Bay. I gave him the respect of not asking his opinion in keep or close. I felt that unfair. What I did ask him for was information to help me weigh in strategically for our communities. Friendly is Heretonga's outdoor pool, not used by athletes, and it is the right for our whānau to cool down on the hot days and affordable enough for parents in this climate to find change from down the couch cushions. Strategically getting bods in water post-pandemic and cyclone, I asked Willie Benson, our New Zealand Olympic swimmer, if he would commit to a free session of some sort per annum for anyone who wanted to attend at Frimley. I then challenged him to find another swimming hero per quarter. He said absolutely. Can the marketing team please help me if this goes ahead to work with Willie to get this ahead for all of our community? Staffing, I think this is an opportunity that we can have job rotation, sharing and upskilling, seeking out members of the team who want to or can be interchangeable in their roles, meaning a zero redundancy in a workplace that is already struggling. Communities, by reaching out to the communities and community groups, extracting possible kaitiaki or discovering skill sets by encouraging community groups to put forward their people to apply for jobs will help support this pool. To set a precedence here that we have listened, though this is one chance to use it or lose it. We will need measurable turnout and KPIs hit. Hopefully we vote, pools have a life, but I'm aiming to overcome the impending 3-year cyclone hump and that there's money in the kitty at the end, like we're all hopeful for, to revitalise and continue the Frimley pools as a place to be seen. In closing, I noted that the Hastings Business Association are looking at decals and window displays to hide the empty buildings and the rough road we've been on post-pandemic cyclone and now our financial decline. Hiritonga Hastings is buoyant and strong, but it is wounded. I ask that the team show our communities that we're a glorious bunch of unstoppable, clever, innovative humans. Let's pause, wait and collaborate to keep this pool of memories yet to be made. Let's squeeze that last bit of juice from the orange. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hana'a. Now we have Councillor Nixon.
Thank you, Worship. Actually, I don't have a speech. I have some questions which I'd like to raise.
Really? Me too.
Yeah. I think we need to sort of have let's flush out some of the information relating to this possible decision. The first one I would ask is, when did the numbers start dropping so significantly as we were led to believe? I can't remember the exact numbers, but they've dropped, what, 2/3 in 3 years or something?
Through you, Your Worship. In 2018-19, it was at 15,500, and by 21-22, it was 7,700, and 22-23, it was right down to 4,800. So it's been steadily declining over.
No, it has, and that's useful to have. Now, one of the things that happened, I'm not quite sure when, maybe 5 years ago, is we closed the dive pool, which was actually very popular. I used to go and watch the kids having a ball, but we thought it was too difficult to manage, so we filled it up with rocks, concrete. Was there a drop-off in support at that point?
Through you, Your Worship, I believe, I wasn't here at the time, but I believe the reason for the closure of the dive pools, rather the asset failing, rather than because it was difficult to manage. But yes, that, it does come through in a lot of the public comments but that was certainly why a number of whānau went to the centre, yeah.
So the next question I've got is this serves a community, Frimley, but probably much more than Frimley, probably parts of Flaxmere and so on. So where do they go as an alternative, and what would the cost of that be?
Through you, Your Worship, the alternative is the Havelock North Village Pools for an outdoor leisure experience. The cost is the same. And in terms of aquatic space in our region, the work already has been done, and we have an oversupply of aquatic space in Hawke's Bay as compared to other regions.
Almost last is, have we done any surveys on people in those areas or people using the pools to try and establish the reason that they are or are not coming? I mean, it's a very significant reduction, I agree with you.
Through you, Your Worship, there are surveys that occur a number of times throughout all our aquatics facilities, all our facilities. And yes, we get the same sorts of suggestions that we've got through the LTP submissions, but the responses really vary. Some people say price it cheaper, some people say price it higher, and therefore you'll be able to put the money back into the asset. So there's no sort of outstanding one solution that comes forward from the public.
This is a financial question. We're saying that if we close the pools, it will represent a saving, is it 200,000 a year?
Through Your Worship, just over 200,000.
200,000. But there will be a cost, will there not, of closing it as well? Because the pool, we pulled out Mayfair. I remember that was an expensive exercise. What is the cost of decommissioning Frimley Pool?
Through Your Worship, we've had it priced up, and it's approximately 200,000.
Okay, that's interesting.
To put back into grass, and that's obviously a one-off cost.
So perhaps, Your Worship, this is more for the Deputy Chief Executive, what is the difference between saving 200,000 on operating expenses in the first year and spending 200,000 to decommission the pool? Where does that leave our finances?
That's a good question.
Through Your Worship, obviously it's cost neutral in the first year. They're both funded by rates, but ultimately it's a one-off cost to decommission. There's an ongoing saving thereafter for every year after that. You don't have the cost of running the pool. So you can go forward as many years as you want to realise the quantum of benefit, whereas the cost of decommissioning is just for the 1 year.
Your Worship, could I delay any further comment? I'd like to see what other people say, because I'm still trying to make up my mind where I stand on this issue, and I need to hear more argument.
Thank you. Councillor Nixon. I'll take Councillor Harvey next.
Thank you. Sorry, just turning back my mute off. Thanks for the conundrum, Malcolm, and throwing a bit of a spanner in the works. And then also to Hana, who I certainly get your points of view, and that we are taking or potentially taking away a low-cost recreational opportunity that provides access to a part of town that is also, got quite a lot of low socio-economic suburbs around it as well. One of the other challenges with this one is that when we look at the stats of numbers that have been in attendance over the last couple of years, 2 of those years were COVID-related years, and that did pose difficulties. And then the other one was last year, which was probably the wettest summer on record. And so therefore there'd be no surprise that the numbers for 2023 would have been low. What I'm interested in with this one is I don't want to immediately close the pool. I would like us to look at this a little bit deeper to see if there are opportunities. And thanks to Mayor Sandra, who did meet with the local schools in the area. And I wonder whether there are still opportunities there. I love the fact that Hane, that you went and spoke to Willie, who would be one of the most enthusiastic swimming people or sports enthusiasts that I know. So thank you for doing so. So yeah, I'd just like to understand whether, is there something that we can have a change of, Malcolm, maybe a change of your motion in regards to that we can look into this a little bit further before making the final call.
Thank you. That's very helpful. Thank you, Councillor Harvey, and certainly that is worth consideration. We'll carry on and get some more, but you know, it's obviously we've got a motion on the table, but I'll hear from some more councillors first. Councillor Teo Skipworth.
Thank you, Worship. I'm going to have to digress to the previous resolution with the rates rise going from 25 to 19%. So here's an opportunity to allow our community to cool off. So I thought a lot about what has been said, and we're talking about lower socioeconomic communities, but actually what it affects is the marginalised communities, and we need to take that into account. The closest pool is actually the sports park, and I've done my due diligence, and it's $10 per person, an adult, and it's $6 per child. So a family of 5, say a mum and a dad, that's $20, and $18, that's $38 for our whānau to go to the aquatic centres, not to the Havelock pool, because that's not the closest pool. There's travel. There isn't a like for a like situation. If you got everything that you get at the Havelock pools, I'm sure we'd see the numbers increase, and the pools are open at a time where our whānau don't want to access them. You'll end up having children walking to Havelock. That's the reality of it, is, you know, it's our marginalised communities that it will affect. Kia ora.
Kia ora.
Already marginalised, sorry.
Thank you. Councillor Barrow.
Thank you, Your Worship. I understand Councillor Kerr had a question, so I might suggest she ask the question first.
Thank you. I'll just have to shout. Rebecca, can you tell us how much money we have spent on the Frimley pool in the last, since we took over from the trust? Because I know it is not a small amount.
Through you, Your Worship, apologies, I don't have those figures to hand, but I'm sure we can get them.
Okay. And earlier on, I was going to propose a foreshadowed motion, and mine was this, that given we have locked in the 19% rate increase, and any further funding is actually going to extend the length of time that we have an unbalanced budget, I would actually like to propose we put on hold this decision to allow the cultivation of these many ideas that came from our community, to get them in the room and challenge them to make it happen, because I know I don't have the answer. And I've looked at our website. I have swum at that pool, and in the morning I've been the only one swimming there. There's been more staff than swimmers. So I too don't want to see it closed, but I don't think I have all of the ability to make a fully informed decision based on the ideas that have come through.
Okay.
I'm not sure if that's helpful or not.
Was that a question? No, I don't think so.
I got my question, which is...
Okay, to the beginning, right. I'll go back to Councillor Barrow.
Thank you, Your Worship. I recognise the submitters, and I recognise the passion which my previous councillors have talked, and congratulations, Hannah, first time councillor and really getting into it there. Awesome. I'd just like to point out that there are other options nearby. The $10 at the sports park is not significantly different to the $6 at the Frimley pool. It is a difference, but it isn't a huge one. And I'd like to say that it isn't a low-cost solution. It costs the ratepayer $32 for every entry into that pool with a $6 co-payment. The ratepayer, to my mind, is subsidising the Frimley pools to an unsustainable degree at this current time. And to be frank, the ratepayer is broke. We all talked a lot at the previous resolution at 19% and finding difficult decisions, making difficult decisions to find cost savings in our organisation. And we have here a legacy facility that is costing the ratepayer money to a degree which is not financially sustainable going forward. And I hugely regret that I am not in favour of keeping the pool open going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Fowler.
Thank you, Worship. Through your Worship, question from Ms. Dinwiddie. How many schools use the facility now on an annual basis, please?
Through you, Your Worship. This past season, 11 schools used the pool for a total of 13 sessions, and that's reasonably consistent with prior years.
Yep, so 13 sessions in
13
total.
sessions.
Yep, thank you. Yep, and I think Councillor Barrow answered my question about $32 for a rate.
26.
2026. Yeah. So just a comment now, and thanks, Malcolm, like Damon. Thanks, Malcolm. But I'm just in my mind thinking of in terms of what it costs the ratepayer to go to the art gallery, what it costs the ratepayer to go to the library, in terms of relativity, in terms of people visiting the swimming pool. So really put it, you won't have those figures, or do you?
I have the figures from the other pools in front of me, and Frimley is by far the most expensive. Havelock North is a ratepayer contribution of $15.20. Flaxmere is $11.89, and Clive $6.99.
Thank you. And also, in terms of the asset management plan for the pool, projecting out 5 years, have you got an estimated cost, what it would cost the ratepayer?
So currently we had an asset condition assessment done of the asset, and there is no considerable budgetary spend over the next 10 years. However, what we have found in the last 2 seasons is it's the underground asset that's been failing and it's been causing leaks, and that has caused the issues over the last 2 years. And of course, they haven't been able to be assessed in terms of their condition because of their location under the ground.
Yep, thank you. So it's quite likely that there will be more costs associated coming up in the next 5 years, and I won't put you on the spot because you won't know the cost of that. So yeah, just comment time from now for me. I grew up in Havelock, but I biked to swim in the Frimley pool. I'll admit that. Loved it better. So what I'm concerned about is the trajectory. I know Councillor Harvey's pointed out quite correctly about COVID and the wet weather, but I'm just concerned, would we be in 2-3 years' time having a conversation, because 225,000 is now 300, 350, but I also get the community aspects. So,
Thank you, Councillor Fowler. Councillor Hickey.
Kia ora, Your Worship. Look, I'll try and keep it short and clear. I'm against the closure of the pool, and for various reasons. I myself has been involved in water rescue of people who have drowned, or who potentially could have drowned. My limited research tells me there's 258 people over the last 3 years that have drowned in New Zealand waters. 11 of those in the last 2 years have happened in local pools. We live on an island and we're surrounded by water, yet there are many children who can't swim. There are many who come from out of New Zealand too. And I think what we're missing the point here, apart from the recreational use, the play, the manus, the hanging out with whānaus and the barbecues. I too was one of those ones that did manu off the diving boards because no one taught me how to dive. We all aim to try and get as close to the wall as possible because that was a goal. I've been there when it's been packed and family gatherings and birthdays, and I've also been there when it's kind of had the unwarranted ones as well. The focus, though, as presented by whānau in this whare, was about where do I go when I can't afford to go to Splash Planet? Where do I go when I can't go into the pool at EIT because it's swimming training with an Olympic athlete? There is no wading pool for the babies or the children because those are learn to swim pools. There are wading pools, though, for babies and young mothers. Yes, we've heard cases where during the day there hasn't been anyone there. We've also heard kōrero where there's been 11 schools and 13 sessions. Have we done enough? Have we done enough in regards to promoting and marketing the only 50-metre Olympic-sized swimming pool outside in Hawke's Bay. The only outdoor 50-metre, because there isn't one in Havelock, there is a pool you can do manus in. Imagine, Councillor Peletioli, previous councillor, if we had a manu pool in from there as well. So for those reasons, I support the initial nomination to actually keep the pool open, but I also support the comments of Councillor Harvey, who suggests, can we defer that? That's my comments today.
Thank you, Councillor Hickey. Councillor Nixon, you've already spoken.
No, it was a question.
Councillor Lawson,
I asked a question, I didn't speak.
I'll come back to you.
Okay.
Councillor Lawson.
Thank you, Your Worship. I do have two questions. In our consultation document, we talk about alternative arrangements with our schools or community. I just wonder, where are we at with that?
Through you, Your Worship, we've had multiple conversations with Brendan Book, who looks after the Aquatic Centre, the new one. They've actually said that they are able and are willing to host schools for their sports days, which is what those schools do at Frimley most of the time because of the 50-metre pool, as Councillor Hickey said. So they are willing, they are able, and they've worked out a price which is above the Frimley price, but which is at a 0% margin to them.
Okay, thank you for that. And also, with the regional aquatic strategy, is that pending? Where is that at the moment?
Through you, Your Worship. Yes, that is being done. That is draft at this stage, and as Councillor Dixon said, now working with Sport Hawke's Bay to regionalise it, and that's where we got the information about that we do have more than other regions in terms of pool space per head in our region.
Okay, thank you. Bearing that in mind, I'd just like to support Councillor Kerr, Councillor Harvey, in that until such time as some of these discussions and options and information from the community, that this maybe is a decision that could be delayed until we have a bit more information, because it's very final to close a poll. So I support that option. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lawson. Councillor Apatu.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just to refresh our memories, part of our consultation, we did consult with local principals surrounding the pool. Can we just remember, was there any opposition from any of the principals when we discussed this?
No. Oh, sorry. Rebecca was there, but I remember I was there cheering.
Yes.
There wasn't any opposition. We asked them where they would go instead. They said the Havelock pools or the Community Fitness Trust pool. So, and they understood if council had that reason to, look at a pool that was costing ratepayers money and that was an option, then they would support the direction of the council.
Thank you. So that's a major contributor for me to make my decision, and regretfully I support the closure of the pool, having swum in that pool for many years growing up.
Councillor Nixon, I'll come back to you for your question.
I've done the question, I now want to comment.
Oh, it's good as gold, thank you.
Okay, yeah. I came along to this meeting, Your Worship, intending to vote for the closure of the pool. That was my intention. But I wanted to hear what other councillors said, because I knew it could influence me, and it has. And I've really changed my position, and I've just put up a few issues that I think are relevant. Firstly, close this pool, it will never open again. Never. All right? Never open again. Nothing has really been done to try and recover the numbers. I mean, Councillor Harvey pointed out the weather, the COVID and all the other factors that have influenced it. We were told $26 per swimmer, but then we find out that it's $15 in Havelock North and $11. So there are significant subsidies going into the other pools to encourage people to go there. And I'd just like to point out, anybody that sees our empty buses wandering around the streets should understand.
No, we're not going.
Stay to the pools. Please detract and move to the buses.
Hold on. It's relevant in terms of subsidies, because we do subsidise attendance of other things. And I just bring the buses up because my last calculation was it was nearly $30 a passenger. And it's, Yeah, that's the same order of money that we're talking about. I agree with Councillor Harvey. I think this is too soon to make this decision. If the situation did not change in a year or maybe 2 years, I think I would be changing my position entirely and voting for its closure. But I don't think I can do so at the moment, and therefore I'm going to have to vote in favour of Councillor Dixon's motion at this point, remembering that it's actually, as our Deputy Chief Executive pointed out, it's actually fiscally neutral for the first year. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jessup, we haven't heard from you, and I'm not going to take any more comments.
Thank you.
But I'll take Councillor Jessup because you haven't
I just
spoken.
wanted to get clarification of the hours. You said 10 o'clock to 4:30?
Apologies, through you, Your Worship, I would just check, it's actually 10 till 6.
And just a supplementary question is, I know that the entry fee has come up a lot of times, and the difference between $6 and $10 for a big family in the socio-economical low category is huge. The other one that I picked up from the buses, from the schools, if they have to travel out to Havelock, I can see a lot of our children are going to miss out because they'll be in survival mode, and their parents won't have enough money to pay for their levy to get their tamariki on the bus to go out to Havelock North. So I'm for it to still stay open for that reason.
Did you have a question, Councillor Fowler? Thank you.
Yep, through your worship. Just going back to my previous question, I think I danced around and didn't give you an opportunity to answer it, to Ms Dinwoody. In terms of the subsidy, say, to the art gallery that the ratepayer is paying, and have you got the numbers that would go through that facility and the subsidy, please, through your worship?
Through you, Your Worship, I'm sorry, I haven't got those figures to hand right at the moment.
Yep, okay, so in terms of numbers that visit the, putting on spot again, the numbers that go through the art gallery, what numbers would?
Through you, Your Worship, they are significantly higher.
Significantly higher, yep, thank you.
Councillors, I mean, I can put the motion mover. I'm coming back to you. I think that there is an opportunity for councillors to seek some more information. I've heard from 4 councillors that they wish to seek more information before this decision is made today. And I think that probably if you considered to move your motion, that I just have to give a bit of sense of background, and I have been here for a couple of years. But Councillor Nixon and Councillor Dixon and myself and Councillor Watkins were presented 10 years ago that the Frimley pool had 10 years life. So we had an engineer that inspected all the pipes and told us you're going to get a good 10 years if you're lucky. Well, the 10 years is up, and we have to understand now, how much is this going to cost? Is it multi-millions in the future to keep it open? Or can we enjoy a swim for a few weeks a year? We have to be practical, folks. Yes, we all want the best for our community to have some nice times, but this is going to come at a cost, and we need to be fully informed about what that looks like in the future. Not the cost variation of 200,000 and 200,000 for destruction, actually the long-term value of the Frimley pools, the aquatic strategy, who uses it, why do more people go to the Havelock pool and not the Frimley pool? To me, there's a whole lot more information that I think we need, and I think that we need to do that work, and as Councillor Lawson has just said, the strategy is critically important, and so, and Councillor Harvey has just mentioned that we do need more information. So I'm going to back to you, the mover, Councillor Dixon, to see if you want to change your recommendation or you want to leave it as it stands on the table.
Thank you, Worship. I can see an advantage in keeping it open for the next 3 years while all that work is carried out. So I don't mind extending, keep it open for 3 years. Supporting closure is purely based on a financial decision at the moment. Keep it open means you're making a social, health and well-being decision on behalf of the community, both now and in the future. And I hope our community's currently got the message, use it or lose it. And I think they can make that decision within 3 years. So I put the motion.
So you're changing the motion. Your motion says to investigate the future of the pool and keep it open for 3 years.
For 3 years, that's correct.
Okay. Who the seconder? Councillor Watkins, please.
Happy to support that, Your Worship.
Okay. I'm going to put that recommendation. I think that's, we've got to, it hasn't actually captured the investigation part. I mean, it's not going to take 3 years to investigate whether the place has got any long-term sustainability or we can get people back there. So,
Point of clarification,
Yeah.
if I may. I really need to understand, before I vote for this, is if there's a broken pipe that's going to cost tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands to fix, where does that leave us? So it's trying for me to genuinely understand, are we trying to keep it open? That's where I'm coming from. And I'm happy to wait till we get the team to listen to the answer.
yeah. Well, I've got a motion now. It's not a helpful motion. Councillor Teo Skipworth?
Thank you, Worship. Just a question, should Councillor Dixon's resolution go forward, when we're doing our analysis on the Frimley pool, can we also do the same? If we're doing a structural analysis, we need to do the same on Havelock pool and the Clyde pool.
So that's what Councillor Lawson talked about and Councillor Harvey about the aquatic strategy that's been undertaken at the moment. All that will be considered. I'm actually happy to have a deferment for 2 minutes. I think that we need to have this, clearly clarified. I can put the motion, but once this is done, it's done. And so I'll just adjourn for 2 minutes. Thank you. I'll adjourn this meeting for 2 minutes. Kia ora.
Have we done a structural analysis on Havelock?
There's a whole that's been done around all the books.
How long ago was that?
So it's not finished yet, this one. So it includes Havelock, Clyde, Flaxmere, Frimley, and the integration of the regional aquatic centre into it. So it's looking holistically.
Yeah.
But it's not done yet.
Yeah. Okay.
things that we're doing, changing the timing and stuff, but
Yeah.
specifically it's also growing.
Grab a cup of tea, we've got 5 minutes. Craig's just drafting up some recommendations. Are we online? Okay, thank you. Resume the meeting. Now we have a recommendation up there regarding the Frimley pool. It's in yellow. That the council resolves to keep the Frimley pool open for the 2024-2025 season, subject to the operational fitness. Council directs the Chief Executive to review the ongoing operational feasibility of the Frimley pool and report back to council within the recommendations for inclusion in the 2025-2026 annual plan if appropriate. Mover and seconder, are you comfortable with that direction? Yes, Your Worship. Thank you. Okay, thank you. Any further comments on that recommendation? Any clarification required? I'm going to put that recommendation. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any against? Thank you. One against. Councillor Barrow recorded. Just checking, Councillor Harvey, that you voted for the recommendation.
Yeah, and too late to ask the question.
Okay.
Pretty much, I think.
Thank you.
Yeah, I can follow it up later.
All right. Thanks so much. Okay, so moving on now, I'll invite Mr Verhoeven to talk to the next item on our agenda, nice to have project plan. And if you could just take us through that. Thank you very much, Lex.
Thank you, Your Worship. So just direct you to the next key issue that was in your consultation document. It was the yellow colour-coded issue. Essentially, the background to this was, as you went through your budget setting process, you recognised that we couldn't continue to invest in the community at the pace we'd done previously. So this was the either the removal or the deferral to later of what we've called nice-to-have projects. And I understand what's nice to have to one's essential to another, but the types of projects that were in that category, just to remind you, were things such as the Civic Square redevelopment, which has been pushed to the back end of your plan. Investment in new playgrounds slowed substantially from where you've been in the past. The Hastings Library and Art Gallery, significant upgrade. Walking and cycling initiative. These are just some of the examples that are in the consultation document. The key theme for the community being there, we've had a look, we can't continue to invest at this pace. This is the proposal in your plan. These are the types of projects you won't see, and you open that up for consultation. If I refer you to the covering report, to this agenda, you've got the information there in terms of how the community felt about that. You make your own mind up about that, but probably fair to say that there was a good level of support for that approach, being prudent, and in a number of cases, submitters calling for you to go further than that. So essentially that's the background to this. It's a fundamental part underpinning your overall fiscal strategy. I'll leave it there, Your Worship.
So are we talking about the upgrade to the CBD mall as part of that?
Yeah, I probably missed a point there. So again, as you went through these deliberations, you had to make choices about the types of projects you would and wouldn't fund. You decided that given the link with Kerry Rail and the Central Mall project, that if you had to do one that was your standout project, it had an external driver. So there's budget to take that project forward, and the team's still working on the shape of that and what it looks like. But certainly the level of CBD investment that we've had in the past isn't in the first 5 years of your plan in line with the decisions you made about all those other activities I just mentioned. So that's the overall theme, that the Kiwi Rail project is budgeted in years 1 and 2 should it be required.
Thank you, Lex. So we have a recommendation that the council ratifies the nice-to-have projects plan outlined in the long-term plan consultation document, or that the council resolves a different option. Do you have any thoughts or direction on that, councillors, please? Councillor Barrow.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'd like to commend staff for their effort in going through and stripping out a lot of nice-to-haves in the document. I think the way you've gone about it and brought us along the journey has been good, and I think the way it's been set out in the consultation documents has been helpful for our community as well. I think we've got a clear message that our ratepayers would like to see a back to basics core business, slow down on the nice to haves. I recognise that things like the mall and the with the Kiwi Rail, that just needs to happen. It's not really our choice, and so I'm happy to move the recommendations as they stand.
Thank you, councillor Buddu. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Sholem. Thank you. Any further comments? Any questions on the nice to have project plan? No further questions. Any other debate? I have a mover and a seconder. If there's no further debate, I'll put those recommendations. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any against? Thank you, that's carried. Managing growth and development contributions. There are 3 recommendations. The council ratifies the growth plan as outlined in the long-term plan consultation document. The officers submit the development contributions policy to the council for adoption on the 27th of June, next Thursday, incorporating identified improvements to the policy for clarity. That council ratifies the increase in building and resource consent charges as set out in the draft long-term plan and proceeds to implement the identified opportunities for improvement within the council's consenting activities, which is part of the review. I'll ask you, Mr. Councillor Corbyn, this is the time that you would share the building forum information. But we'll take A and B first, and then we'll come back to, I'll take C separately.
Happy to move A and B, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor Kerr. Do I have a seconder?
Seconder, Your Worship.
Councillor Dixon. Thank you. And now I'll put those recommendations. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any against? Thank you, that's carried. A and B has carried. Now we move on to item, C. And Councillor Corbyn, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Your Worship. I'm presenting this on behalf of the chair of the Building.
Do you have a copy of that request, please?
Yeah, I've got it here.
Copy to send around.
Everyone's got one.
Oh, they've got one?
Yeah.
Has everyone? I'll just ask if everyone's had a chance to read it.
It was in our
Seen
papers,
it.
I understand, in our submission pack.
Everyone received this on Thursday last week.
Oh, got it now. Okay. Oh. Okay, all right. So we don't need to read it out if everyone's seen it. Might be just speak in general terms to it then, Councillor Corbyn. If you could just speak in general terms to what the request is.
So the submission from the Building Advisory Group is to not increase the building consent fees. That was basically it.
Okay, thank you. I'm happy to have tabled that on Thursday. Councillor Kerr?
Your Worship, are you just taking questions now?
Yes, I am, thank you.
Okay. My question, which I did ask this morning, but I'd like to ask it again in public, is around the review point for the balance of ratepayer funded and user charges with this building and resource consent fee. When are we likely to next review that, please?
Just cover that off, Richard. So I think part of council's resolution when they received the report on the building control activity was that a review of the revenue and financing policy which related to the building consent authority would follow after the efficiencies have been identified, and then that would create a structure that we would then sort of work through and understand actually what is the revenue and financing policy, what is the appropriate split between public good and private good and the allocation of those costs as they then lay. So within the next 6 to 12 months.
Thank you, Bishop. Following that answer, I'm happy to move recommendations.
Thank you, Councillor Kerr. Do we have a seconder, please? Councillor Watkins? Any questions? Oh, I probably don't do that. Any further questions, councillors, on that item? Okay, I'll put those recommendations. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any against? Thank you against. Thank you, Councillor Nixon. Record your vote. Thank you. Right. Okay, so that concludes the major items, and now we move forward to dealing with the written submissions. I welcome you up here, Lex.
Thank you, councillors. So just to remind you, the process from here, we'll be dealing with the bespoke submissions that we started last week, unrelated to those key issues that you've just passed resolutions on. So I'll give you a moment to find your copy of the officer comments in your substantive information pack. And as per request this morning for more information around the submissions that we received on the Tiawanga Lagoon protection, which you've given some consideration to, but you've requested that Mr. Hanson, Graham Hanson, Director of Infrastructure, provide some more background information on this project to you, and he is with us. So I'll ask,
thank you. Welcome, Mr. Hanson.
Thank you, Your Worship, and just to talk to the Tiawanga project and probably considering the presentation that was given to Council by the Tiawanga representatives the other day, just to sort of reinforce the timelines that we've had this issue in front of Council, which was August of last year. It's a risk that Council's running associated with a section of coast adjacent to the Tiawanga Lagoon car park that serves as a significant stormwater detention area and discharge area into the Maraitotra out of that Wellwood Tiawanga Lagoon area. And so the challenge there is, and this is where we can't be definitive, is that we've had significant challenges out there about 12 months ago. Cyclone Gabriel, and particularly in July last year, where there was sea storms that overtopped the lagoon barrier beach area and flooded into the Tiawanga Lagoon stormwater area and flooded a few houses, took the power out associated with a transformer in the area and as a risk to the ongoing operation of the stormwater. So the challenge there, and the challenge we have, is we responded, put a bit of gravel in the area and give it with fingers crossed to hold the area together. It's stabilised somewhat following the impacts of Cyclone Gabriel that discharged a large volume of gravel into that section of the coast, and it was aggravating things in this area. It's stabilised to a degree, but the risk is still there on any given significant sea event that sits in front of us. And obviously, as we're in the winter period at the moment, that's our area of concern. So the challenge there, and the challenge from the locals, is finding, they've looked at a range of solutions and have landed on a preferred solution being this modular eco reef that I've been giving them a bit of support and guidance with. It fits within the gambit of responses and work that Council's done, primarily with limestone revetments, being Clifton and the Cape View Corner jobs, and a meeting with the Coastal Strategy Joint Committee on Friday. That there's a general acceptance that this fits within the gambit of the strategy's range of interventions that would be supported, acknowledging there's this memorandum of transition position between HDC and ultimately that Hawke's Bay Regional Council that is the vehicle for the long-term intention associated with the coastal strategy. So our challenge is to deal with the here and now issues and the risks we're running, and that was what I brought to Council in August of last year, and obviously the locals are continuing to raise the issues and the challenges in terms of finding a solution that is more enduring than waiting for the next storm event. And so the offer at this point is to break it into two staged sections of development. The first stage is approximately 200 metres, which would provide a significant level of protection to HDC stormwater assets. So that's where we have a stronger interest, and then there is a broader interest in the community to provide a further level of protection along the Tiawonga Park area and around to the Marae-Tautra River mouth, so that it's got a more stable and certain start and end point to the structure. The first stage is circa 750,000, and an additional 1.4 million, I think it is, for the remaining stage. If time wasn't of the essence, we would promote an approach similar to what we've used at Waimarama, which is to go through establishing some sort of rating scheme, establishing public and private good elements as to how we would fund a project of this nature, which is what I would do on any other given day. But the challenge here for us is contemplating when that next major storm risk may hit us, and the reaction of the community in terms of how long this has been a challenge for us, and what the reaction will be alongside the answer that we are attempting to go through a range of processes and consent and design processes that have taken anywhere up to 2 or 3 years for the works that we've already done, alongside doing something that preempts that circumstance, which would then require us to respond in an emergency capacity and still have to work on some sort of more permanent solution.
Mr Hanson, is the 730, if council was to consider design consenting construction, that $730,000, have we got that in any current budgets to look at this?
Your Worship, we have 300,000 associated with a climate change resilience package of work associated with stormwater.
Right.
So that could be or would be dedicated to this project. So we're talking 430.
430. Thank you. Councillor Corbyn.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just clarification, does that 730 include the cost of consent?
There is an allowance for a consent cost in there, from my estimation, and it's driven by on the basis that this structure has been built on the east coast of Wairarapa, and they went through an extensive consenting process with Wellington Regional Council that would mimic the challenging consent processes we've had with our past two projects. So I'm optimistic that we could transfer both the level of detail provided for that consent and the approach to something that would hopefully be manageable within our processes.
Thank you.
I'd just like to support Mr Hanson's comments. The first public meeting out there was in May last year, and there were over 120 people in the room concerned about this issue. It hasn't gone away. It came back in July. As we saw last week, the sea was within 4 metres of breaching the lagoon. It's going to keep coming, and there is a real risk for council there.
Thank you, Councillor Corbyn. So you would be happy to move a recommendation that council continues with stage 1 of this project?
I would be very happy to do that.
Okay, thank you. Councillor...
Sorry.
Councillor Dixon?
More than happy to second, Your Worship. I was involved in that thing on Friday
All right.
as well.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Dixon. Okay, I'm very happy to support this. I think that understanding the risk, we have certainly seen that we need to start some of this work, and it will take some time before we get to council making a decision on the investment package required. Okay, any further comments on this piece of work, stage 1? So we have a recommendation moved by Councillor Corbyn that the council undertakes stage 1 of the Tiawonga Lagoon, what do we call it? Coastal protection. Are you comfortable with that? Yep. Gee, good. Right, Councillor Sholem.
Thank you, Worship. Just for clarity, the stage 1's not included in the current draft LTP, or it is? I'm just trying to get an understanding.
We've just heard that we've got 300,000, there's 400 unbudgeted.
400 unbudgeted. I'm just interested to know, because we've got quite a few submissions from different people asking different things, and I'm trying to understand what the impact is, given we've just adopted 19%. I'm just not I'm not sure I understand it. I'm not sure I want to look at things in isolation. I almost want to see what the cumulative impact is.
Mr. Allen.
Through your worship, I can't help you with the cumulative impact, but effectively every decision you make on providing additional funding from here on for the balance of this meeting will mean additional borrowings that council will be undertaking. You've set the rates, you've got your level of income that you will receive next financial year. So anything beyond that from here on is borrowed money.
You've been part of this project with H18 and working with Mr. Hanson and Councillor Corbyn for a very long time on this. To get anything done in a year is quite optimistic when it comes to any of this work. So there may not be needing to borrow any further money during this coming year because there is an awful lot to work. We've got 300,000, as you've heard today, to start this work. Anything else could come back to council because it has to, because we have to consider what are the options. So this is just stage one, is just exploration, understanding what the process is, the consenting that is required. Council may not even get a consent to do this work. We've been down this path before, and that would be a very fair analysis of this situation. Any further questions? Councillor Kerr.
Thank you, Your Worship. Mr. Hanson, is there any portion of those funds that we could push into the second year? Like if we've got 400k in, or 3, whichever way around it is, in this budget for this year, can we push something into the second year, given the stress on our financials, but also our understanding, as Your Worship said, of how long things do take to get to completion?
It's a bit of a challenging question, Councillor, because the bulk of the fund is actually to do with construction. So I would 730 on, you've got to allow us 100,000 get through a consent process. So if we got through that successfully in less than 6 months, the actual construction period would only be 6 weeks. So it's a bit of an all or nothing. So if we got a consent, we would absolutely wait for a period.
A follow-up question, Your Worship, and this is probably more to the financial team. I'm interested in the way the rates will be broken down for this, given the Waimarama seawall, I believe, is 10% public good, 30% wider Waimarama community, so 10% everybody pays, 30% Waimarama village pays, and I think 60%.
So Councillor Kerr, we're not at that place yet because we actually don't know how much the project's going to cost.
So my question is, therefore, when and how will we have that conversation? Because I think if it's a targeted rate, it's a much more, I can deal with it in a targeted rate much easier.
I think that, well, Bruce, I mean, that's all a consideration for when we understand what the project will cost.
I think, and very quickly, as you go into next year's annual plan, if there is a requirement for a new targeted rate, that would be the time to consult with the community on that. And if we had better information around the quantum of what that would need to be as well.
Sorry, bump up again. And we can retrospectively do that. We can apply a targeted rate in year 2 for something we've spent in year 1.
We would seek clarification on that, but there'd be lots of additional costs that would come in future years as well.
See where I'm coming from.
So first of all, we have to do the work. We have to understand, if we can get a consent. That is huge, to try and get a consent between both councils. So that could take a year. And so, there's no financial, and in fact, perhaps we could put in there that, we can put that recommendation that we bring back to council before any further, that we approve the budget, and then we, if we're going to formalise this, I'll just get the Chief Executive, please, to formalise this. So what the council is saying, that they'd like to understand who's going to pay. So you need to, how we're going to deal with that.
Thank you, Worship. I'm going to lead Mr. Hanson here, but I think he'll explain it better than me. What we're talking about are two stages here. Stage one, which I think we're talking about getting on with, we need to be clear, is 100% public infrastructure. Stage two, which is about an extension of the coastal protection, is what will bring in a conversation with the community about what's public and what's private and what might be a targeted rate. I think we need to be very clear that what we're talking about in stage one and the 700,000 is about entirely protecting our assets and our public infrastructure. So it's not a conversation about what the community are paying towards that. That is entirely a cost for the council to bear.
Thank you very much for the explanation. Councillor Fowler.
Yep, thank you, Your Worship. Just probably for the benefit of the new councillors too, as part of the process that we adopted, that any unbudgeted expenditure has to come before council anyway before it's approved. So if there's nothing that's in the annual plan that's not budgeted, it has to come for our approval for it to go ahead.
Thank you. So everyone quite clear on that recommendation? Put that recommendation. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any against? Thank you. That's carried.
Carry on.
Yes, thank you.
Yep, thank you, Your Worship. So page 3 of the officer comments now. So there are going to be a number of these. You'll note that it's in relation to an event, and you recall the presentation that you've had from the Group Manager, Marketing Communications, about how we've dealt with the review of events and in some cases requests for further funding. These have been managed within the events budget that are in your long-term plan. There's no additional call on funding. When we get to these, I'll just seek whether you're happy with the approach taken, given that this is part of an overall collective events presentation that you were given, and there are some unders and some overs to make the budget work. So the first one is Hannah Thorne, page 47. This is in volume 1, page 97 if you need it, and the officer comments are there.
So officers recommend $5,000 base and $2,500 linked with KPIs. Councillor Sholem.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a question through you. How does this proposed level of funding compare with other regions that support the event? And I guess what additional benefits does Hastings receive from the proposed funding? I'm just trying to get an understanding of how we compare.
Through Mayor, the funding may vary depending on the number of people that it's impacted, how competitive the council may be in that area in terms of attracting events, and a negotiated outcome. Generally speaking, it's fairly consistent across councils when we look at events going around regions, but it is an area that, unlike most of council operations where it is generally quite open and transparent, because there is a nature of competitiveness about getting some of these visitor attraction events to the region, they may actually be less inclined to share that. So I can't give you a full sum, but generally speaking, when we talk about more community-centric events, it's fairly even.
Have a direction that everyone's comfortable with that?
Should I these move individually or?
I think that we're going to move them on bulk. But are you comfortable with this direction? $5,000, 2.5 and linked. Okay. Any contrary views?
Happy to support.
Okay. Thank you. Right. Thank you, Lex.
Okay. So next. Sorry. Volume 2, page 63, regarding the Hindu Cultural Centre. I believe this was a speaker to you during the submission process.
Any views on this one? Comfortable with the direction of the officers? I have met with the Hindu community and explained to them, you know, how difficult it is to get themselves a home, and they've got a long way to go yet, but it was, you know, they're committed, and this may see them again in the future. Okay, we're comfortable with that direction? Thank you.
Okay. Page 7, Roisin Fitzgerald, Fringe and the Stings. So this is in volume 3, page 129.
Fringe and the Stings. Councillor Sholem?
Thank you, Worship. Based on the submission and presentation, I support the officer's recommendation around level of funding.
Thank you. Anyone have any contrary views? I know they did ask for significantly more than that. We all heard, but if everyone's comfortable with that direction, yes. Thank you very much. Thank you, Lex.
Moving through to page 9 again, in event space. This is the submission from the AMP Society, volume 3, page 159.
So officers recommending that the AMP show has 20,000 rather than the 25,000 that is normally asked for, and 6 for the wine awards and 7 for the primary sector awards. Councillor Kerr.
Your Worship, I'm very happy to support the primary sector awards and the wine awards. I must say I struggle with supporting the show, and that is primarily because we have purchased the land. The society has 10 free days still utilising that land, and yet they also want us to contribute to the show. So I'm just struggling with that one, Your Worship.
Thank you. Councillor Harvey?
Yeah, thank you. I was sort of the opposite. I was more concerned about the both primary sector awards and the wine awards. But my question was around the 20K per annum. That'll be just prorated across those 3 events.
Through you, Chair, no, the request was for
25,000
for the Hawke's Bay AMP show, and then separate funding amounts. I believe it was 6 and 7 for the 2 awards events.
Yep, okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
Councillor Corbyn?
Thank you, Your Worship. In terms of relativity, I think the awards request is for sponsorship, and if the request was for 7,000, that would be to sponsor a trophy. Giving 6,000 for that trophy is going to create inequity between the other sponsors, etc., etc. So I wonder whether we should adjust the award lines to what was asked, and then net it off the AMP line.
That's one way of suggesting it. Okay, we'll keep that in the back of our mind.
It's
a
a start.
Thank you. Councillor Sholem?
Thank you, Worship. A question and then a comment, if I may.
Yes, certainly.
So first of all, just clarity, and correct me if I'm wrong, I'm reading the officer's comments as suggesting 20,000 per annum in cash and 2.5k in marketing and in-kind support for the AMP show.
Yes.
And then 5k cash for the wine awards and the primary sector awards. Is that correct?
Through you, Chair, yes, that is correct.
Great. Thank you for that clarity. I support the officer recommendations, and the reason I support them is I note that during the submission, the Hawke's Bay AMP show now is reduced to 2 days from 3, and they are still asking for the same level of funding, it seems, so they can make it bigger and better. But actually, in these tight fiscal times, I think we're all cutting our cloth, and therefore I would support a slightly lower contribution in line with a reduction in the number of days.
Thank you, Councillor Sean. Does any of the other speakers disagree with that direction? Do you disagree with the direction from Councillor Sholem?
No.
No?
No.
No? Okay, so everyone's comfortable with the officer comments here?
Sorry,
Yes,
Worship. No, I'm not comfortable with the amount.
Okay.
I was going to recommend that we give $10,000 for the AMP show.
Okay. Right. Okay. Councillor T.O. Skipworth?
Thank you, Your Worship. I support Councillor Fowler's recommendation as well. On the basis that I've seen the amount of people lessen that go and attend the AMP shows, especially from the Māori community. Kia ora.
Okay. Councillor Barrow?
Thank you, Your Worship. I was just wondering about Councillor Corbyn's suggestion. Does reducing the amount of, we're purchasing a prize basically, can we still do that at the lower amount, or is that just not actually possible?
Through you, Chair, it is a good point. We have had a specific funding relationship. The ask has been set, so there would potentially be a risk that they might say that it doesn't meet their threshold. However, I wanted to show that we were still inclined to support the event, but that it felt that because we are expecting pretty much all events to take a small, that the methodology that's been applied is to reduce everybody slightly rather than remove one or two events, then I was hoping that we could negotiate that as an outcome. But there is a risk that they may say that they'll pursue a different sponsor for that reason.
Councillor Dixon?
Yeah, thank you, Worship. I'm in agreement with Councillor Fowler. I also bring to your attention that the AMP Society recently sold us the showgrounds. They must have a considerable cash flow available to fund some of these events.
Thank you. Councillor Sholem?
Thank you, Worship. Just a question through you. If we were to drop our funding for the AMP show to 10,000, do you have a thought on the impact? I'm just trying to understand what that would mean.
Through you, Chair. In recommending 20,000, the team and I were balancing up the community aspect of the event. We understand that there is a large portion of the event which is quite expensive for the community to attend, which is the rides and fairground elements. However, there is a large amount of celebrating our agricultural and horticultural community through being out, and I've done this with my own children, where we take and, they go and see the animals and explore and look at tractors and sort of all of those sort of lower cost elements that are the barrier being the entry fee at the gate. So in considering the 20,000, our thought process was that a significant reduction may cause an increase in the gate fee that would make it even less attainable to the community. However, we do acknowledge the consideration of the funding streams have changed. However, just given that it is probably the main event for our community in terms of the agricultural and horticultural side, we felt that we would just like to put forward an option for council to consider rather than make a more significant reduction.
Councillor Lawson, I'm going to actually have to take a motion here.
Okay. Thank you, Your Worship. Just to support Councillor Fowler's recommendation to reduce that to 10,000, I also feel that AMP Society has the ability and also probably the mandate to actually to run this event without the normal contribution from us.
Thank you. Councillor Nixon?
Yes, thanks. I actually think we need to have some idea of the financial income of the AMP Society, because, as Councillor Sholem pointed out, we have bought the grounds. The funds they've got are surely interest-bearing at 6%. Is it 10 million they've got at the moment? Yeah, that'd be $600,000 a year they've got available, which they didn't have before. So I think I'm going to support Councillor Sholem's suggestion.
Thank you. Councillor Fowler's actually, but that's all right.
Was it
Okay,
you?
so Councillor Fowler, Councillor Fowler, could you move a recommendation, Councillor Fowler, please? Could you move a recommendation?
Do you want me to? Do you want me to?
Yeah.
I'll do what you say.
Yeah.
Your Worship, I'm happy to propose a motion that funds Hawke's Bay AMP show for $10,000. I've got that right.
The primary sector awards for 5,000 and the Hawke's Bay Wine Awards for 5,000. Is that correct with Naomi within our recommendations, 5 and 5? And the reason being, we support each of these events.
In other ways?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. I have a second to Councillor Nixon. Councillor Sholom?
Sorry, just for clarity, Your Worship, do we need to note whether or not we're still supporting marketing and in-kind support? We've talked about the cash element, we haven't actually mentioned that.
Yes, and include supporting marketing support. Thank you. Putting those recommendations, all those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any against? That's carried. Thank you.
Okay, moving on, councillors, page 10. So the submission you received from Rodney Green Arena. Just before you debate that, I'll just ask the Deputy Chief Executive to give you some further information around the level of support from Napier City and any other information you have, Bruce.
Through Your Worship. So historically with the Pega Green Arena, we have, with our partners, Napier City Council, evenly contributed towards the operating and renewal costs of the PGA. So we have 85,000 for operational costs and 35,000 for renewals in the budget. They've requested significantly more than that. Napier City Council have resolved to contribute $100,000 for operational costs and $50,000 for renewals. So if we were to sort of honour not an agreement but a practice of the past of contributing equally to that facility, then it's an additional $15,000 for operational costs and an additional $15,000 for a contribution towards renewals. With renewals, we hold the money back. As the PGA work through renewal projects, requests for funding come in and is generally released 50-50 between Napier City Council and Hastings District Council, and the PGA have generally been pretty good at getting external funding to support renewals as well. So that's generally how that works.
Thank you. Councillor Harvey. Oh, back. Who's anyone see? Councillor Harvey?
Sorry, my mother's on the phone. To tell her to go outside. Bruce, just a question, please. I have heard in the past from another facility around insurance cover and the cost in and around insurance and power. Is there any way, or can these facilities actually tap into the same sort of rates and stuff that we receive, that we get?
Through Your Worship, we've had that conversation with the PGA, particularly around insurance, about adding them onto the Hawke's Bay Council Collective and getting their asset onto our schedule. I'd have to check with the team as to whether that's happened or not, but certainly we have that conversation. The Regional Sports Park Trust have their assets listed on our insurance schedule, and they also are part of the council electricity contract that we get through all of government. I've had recent conversations with the Hawke's Bay Community Fitness Centre Trust regarding their electricity arrangements, and it is sort of about around trying to get your timing right when our contracts come up for renewal versus theirs and the like, but certainly open to both insurance and electricity of having those sporting bodies aligned with our contracts if we can get better buying power for them.
Okay, thank you. So council comfortable that we match the 100K with Napier City? Any direction, please? Councillor Shaw? And 50, as well as 50K to renewals. An additional.
For Your Worship.
Okay.
It's currently we contribute $85,000 operating costs.
Yes.
That would need to lift to $100,000 to match Napier City Council's contribution, and we contribute $35,000 towards renewals. That would need to increase to $30,000.
$30,000 extra in total. Okay, Councillor Sholom.
Thank you, Worship. I understand that costs are going up, and I understand that everyone's feeling the pinch, but I can't be looking at closing Frimley Pool in one breath and then come over here and go, yes, we're going to put money into this. especially given the decision that's just been made in terms of keeping Frimley Pool open. So unfortunately, I can't support any increase.
Councillor Buddock.
Thank you, Your Worship. I think in the submission that Pettigrew Green Arena put through that Napier's been funding the arena at $100,000 for a few years. Has there been any change in their LTP this year that we should come up and match it, or is that more historic things?
When did you get up and say they never give us?
The most recent information I have from City Council's long-term plan deliberations was that their funding was $100,000 for operations. So yeah, they've moved there a couple of years earlier than we had. We've stayed firm at $85,000 for the last couple of years.
Thank you. Contrary views? Any other views? Councillor Watkins.
Thank you, Worship. I don't support any increase in funding.
No increase?
No increase.
Okay, so we've got two councillors there. That's a direction. Councillor Teo Skipworth.
Yes, I'm the same, Your Worship. I don't support any increase. Henry's okay with me going before him.
Henry. Kia ora. Councillor Hickey, sorry.
Oh, you're such a gentleman.
Kia ora, Your Worship. It might have been the Heather and the Henry, the same HE at the start, but that's okay. I also don't accept the increase. I wish to just keep the status quo. There's been a lot of strain in the fiscal envelope.
Okay, thank you. Well, I have got a direction. Is any contrary views? So we're keeping the funding at status quo. Thank you. Everyone's nodding. Thank you, Bless.
You happy you've got that covered?
Yes.
Okay. I'm new to this. So yeah, on page 11, it's an event again. Hoy submitted to you, volume 4, page 1.
I was really impressed with their presentation. The booklet we've got here, you know, they've done a very hard job after 3 years of no event, and we've had a very successful meeting with Equestrian Sport New Zealand. So I'm happy with the direction from the officers. Councillor Kerr.
Thank you, Ms. Sandra. I support your comments. We are essentially buying the coverage for the host city, Hastings, and we're all very aware of how many out-of-towners come to this national event. So I too support the officer's recommendation. It's going to make it tight for Hoy, but we are there supporting them with other in-kind support.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. Any other views? Councillor Sholin?
Thank you, Worship. Just for clarity from our previous two speakers, yourself, Your Worship, and Deputy Mayor, are you supporting the officer recommendations of retaining the current level of funding at $150,000 per annum or the $140,000 per annum? Just a little confused. So, sorry, yes. 150 or 140?
The officer's comments.
140.
I'm recommending the supporting of the officer's comments. I see the way it's worded.
It's 150.
If there were to be a reduction.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll stick with 150 because I believe in this team.
I do too. Thank you. Councillor Teo Skipworth?
Yes, I support Councillor Kerr's recommendation, but I'd also like to ask that we, as a council, do the economic impact rather than it be that we create an economic impact that is what I would think true and correct.
Yes, and hasn't been done for a number of years because there hasn't been an event for 3 years, 3 to 3 years. So I think it was done done maybe 10 years ago? Who would know? Bruce, you would, then when we did that economic impact on Horse of the Year? Yeah, it was Sean Bevan. It's a long time ago. So there's probably time. They cost a lot of money to do economic impacts. But it certainly wasn't done by Hoy. It was certainly done by council, commissioned it back in 10 years ago. Councillor Hickey?
Okay, Your Worship. I also too will support the recommendations as the officers, but ask a question: if because I did raise last time that they increased their engagement with mana whenua, and they have acknowledged that has been done, but with the significant build of a new school, Whare Tapere or Takitimu, that they dive deeper into that mana whenua engagement, and that be part of a recommendation and outcome as well, because it's quite a significant. We now own the Timona Showgrounds, and they are now, stakeholders and the next generation as well.
Thank you, I agree and totally support, and we'll take that as an action, Councillor Hickey, well said. Yes, we'll incorporate that in the response. So, Councillor Jessup.
Yes, I'd also like to support it, but I'd also like to maybe empower them to come and have with us to do an educational scope around Māoridom so that they do pronounce Timona, not Taumoana, but Tomoana, and also around the pohiri, the whole tikanga side of it, so that we are saluted in an honorary way and they are too. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jessup. So the direction, as I understand it, Councillor Kerr, is to retain the normal 150? Yes. Have I got any contrary views to that? No. Okay, thank you. That is retain their normal investment in their event. Thank you.
Okay, councillors, just flick over a few pages to page 14. So this is the submission 211. I mentioned it this morning around Mahora School and traffic calming. So I'm going to invite Bruce from the transport team to take you through the options and the time that he's had, just to give you a sense of a forward direction on this matter. Thanks, Bruce.
Councillor Shom, did you want to be part of this?
I will have questions, Your Worship, once we've heard from officers. That would be great.
Thank you, Bruce.
Thank you, Your Worship. As probably be aware that Council has been doing some work down through there at the moment, so we have got some roadway narrowing in. In terms of the options considered or that had been raised, was the biggest query was around the provision of speed humps or speed cushions, typically at the crossing itself and on the approaches. Certainly they work for those schools where we do have a speed problem throughout the day, but one of the downsides that we do need to be mindful of is that speed humps are going to be there 24/7/365. We're going to have residents living next door to them, and typically what ends up happening is they'll get to the stage where council is a bad person for putting them in, or bad organisation for putting them in because of noise complaints. The other alternative that has been identified is the provision of a signalised crossing. So operating traffic signals through there. There's a cost associated with that of probably between 200 and 250,000, depends on what services and the like, what challenges we do have in the way. The benefit of that is that they tend to be a lot safer in that a school patrol is not necessarily required for the crossing itself. It fits in quite nicely in terms of just enabling general access for the community at large as well. The third item that we will be going down the path on is a variable speed limit as part of package of variable speed limits outside schools, urban schools on arterial roads, and also those outside rural schools. So that's a measure that we already have in place. Both the Mahora and the other school down through there would form part of that variable speed limit, a 30k variable speed limit zone. So that is a mechanism that is already going in. As I said, as for those that have driven down Frederick Street West, you would have seen some works going on through there, which is narrowing up that crossing, so it will end up becoming much more visible to the motorists going through there. So I think there is a lot of works that are in train around it. There's expectations from the school itself. Do bear in mind is that the incidents that occurred, as much as they are difficult from a safety perspective, did not occur at the crossing. So I think again may have been a little bit of misinformation put forward. Our focus is actually on the crossing point and making sure that there is good visibility to that crossing point, that the speeds are low on the approach to that crossing. So there is generally a safe operation overall. I think the other side that's worthwhile pointing out, if we put speed humps on Frederick Street itself, we can expect that traffic will divert onto other roads which already have issues and part of the wider transport choices packages would have seen those roads traffic calmed accordingly to minimise that. So those are just some thoughts to keep in mind anyway.
Thank you. Councillor Kerr?
Very simply, the recommendations here do not involve any additional funds through the LTP. So just to confirm, we're doing what we can within existing budgets.
Through Madam Chair, yes, that's correct, as we're already committed to the works, and as I said, as those are currently underway, bar the burial speed limit.
Councillor Harvey?
Thank you. I just wanted to pick up on Bruce's earlier comment around that the neighbourhood might not be too appreciative if we put in the barriers and the like. What was the feedback when we did the same in Mayfair?
Through Madam Chair, I'm not aware, but I think generally there's been quite strong support because we weren't getting into the situation where traffic was being diverted. We had a section of roadway that in itself was not at a collector level or not an arterial level. It was more of a local road, so it wasn't one of those roads where traffic was being pushed away from because the volumes were already relatively low. Yeah. So I think it comes back to, here I say it, the road hierarchy, but that portion of Willow Park North was a local street, whereas Frederick Street is getting up to a primary collector arterial level. So there is a lot more traffic. There's a marked difference in traffic volumes anyway.
Great. Thank you. Councillor Dixon?
Yes, thank you, Worship. Bruce, just traffic regulations that apply, are those based on a pedestrian crossing or those based on a Kia crossing? Because they are different.
Through Madam Chair, both types of crossings have different requirements around it. A care crossing in itself has the additional responsibilities associated with a school board of trustees, pretty much managing the operation and to a great extent the safety of that crossing. A zebra crossing itself can be a school patrol crossing, it can be a general zebra crossing, so in other words wider use. Again, the element of the school patrol at a zebra crossing does come back to the school. So the school will have some responsibilities where they are operating the school patrol. So, but there are different requirements around it. A zebra crossing itself is marked the 24/7/365, independent of use. A Kia crossing only operates at the periods it's defined for, and typically that is on school days and for probably about 15 to 20 minutes before the start of school proper, and 15 to 20 minutes after the end of school proper.
In favour of keeping it as safe as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Sholem?
Thank you, Worship. As I did during submissions, I'd just like to declare that I do have a child at Mahora School. I don't believe that makes me conflicted. It just informs me because I have to drop off a child every morning down that road. Also, just a reminder that this wasn't just Mahora that came before us, this was St Mary's as well, and I believe they were speaking on behalf of the 2 kindergartens down Frederick Street as well. So just making sure I'm putting that in perspective. Just picking up, Bruce, on one of your comments, I took away from their submission not so much that they were talking about the crossing alone, they were talking about the speed at which cars are coming down Frederick Street, which is why they had a preference for traffic calming. Can you just let me know, you've mentioned the potential issues with putting in speed humps. Are there any options around temporary speed humps to trial what happens? And if so, what's the cost around that?
Through Madam Chair, there's always the option around it. I think part of it we'd need to undertake some consultation with those residents that they were going to be outside. And monitor it from there to see what does end up happening. But bear in mind, as I said, this is effectively a primary collector arterial road. So you'd start finding that complaints would come in relatively quickly around it, especially with heavy vehicles bumping over them. So I think it's more recognising the road hierarchy, the challenges around it, to come up with a solution that would basically work. And part of it, ironically, is with a lot of the chaotic parking that occurs, moderate speeds. Of all things. Unfortunately, in doing so, has led to the situation where that parking also creates visibility barriers to children running out between cars. So I think it's coming back to having the focus on the crossing, have really good visibility around that crossing, so that it is unintruded. And then from it is what's a good way of sort of managing the speeds within that. And part of it is a variable speed limit does work. It provides the benefit that outside of it is that you have a speed limit that's fair and reasonable. So at school times, people, psychopaths, will operate at a speed that's appropriate. Outside of those times, they don't get penalised. So, you know, to me, speed limits are all about being seen to be fair and reasonable, and they will typically be self-enforcing.
Okay, last speaker, Councillor Teo Skipworth.
Just a comment and a question. So comment is, as a council, we have a duty of care to our communities. And my question is, the St Mary's and Mahora School came in to present, and you've talked about we're currently doing mahi and we've still got a little bit of mahi to go. Are they aware of what the end of mahi was prior to their submission, or was their submission on top of what we're about to end, or continuing to do until the end? Kia ora.
Madam Chair, I think it was in addition to. They have been heavily involved in the process. I'm also very mindful that there's some there that tends to be some differing opinions, so to speak, and I think what the councillors have heard is probably some of those differing opinions. We've had very strong support in the works that are actually going on as part of the projects, and that is actually for both schools. But there has been some really close liaison with a range of schools throughout the district. Those two of them, been a lot of work that's been done in Flaxmere as well, and again, as you know, there's been quite a lot of mahi that has gone on to get to this stage.
Okay, so thank you. So if councillors are comfortable, we've got a direction to try the speed option, and if if that doesn't work, you're suggesting we come back to the annual plan next year, Bruce. Is everyone comfortable with that direction? Okay, great. Thank you very much. Thanks, Bruce.
Okay, councillors, 212, submission 212 is the next one on page 14. There's the officer comments. It's the Hawke's Bay wine auction.
Your Worship, I'm happy to support this one, given that we are the newest great wine capital. I think we do need to continue to support, and I endorse the officer's comments regarding a reduction, because all events are having a reduction.
Yep, thank you. I'm not going to take a whole lot of questions. Is everyone comfortable with that direction? It's $6,000. Okay, thank you. Next.
Yes, next one. You had a submission on the Outfield Festival. Officer comments are there. That's on page 15 of the officer comments. Submission 214.
So this is Jesse Hunter. The Outfield, the recommendations, the officers recommend funding $10,000 with $2,500 in annual kind support. Direction, please. Councillor Teo Skipworth? No. Councillor Sholem?
Thank you, Worship. Question through you to officers. Reading their submission and hearing from them, I know they'd like our support, but do they need our support? You know, it's just an interesting demographic, and is it an event that's just going to happen irrespective of whether or not we support it?
Through you, Chair. Yes, I think that the support we provide is really around celebrating, I guess, that arts and culture side of our community, which we've put through under our Waitohu as an area of funding. It also has some benefit in terms of potential growth from a tourism point of view. It does activate a different area. It is a sort of mixed blessing in that it is quite self-contained as an event. Having attended it last year just to understand a little bit more, it is quite family friendly. However, it is quite expensive. Council support for it, to me, is really sitting around, again, supporting their arts and culture, because they do use a lot of local, provide an opportunity for local performers to participate, as well as having performers from out of the region. And for that potential, our curious space, while we started supporting it at a low level, was around the tourism potential. I know they've the request, I believe, was 30,000 per annum. Sorry, just from wine.
Yes, sir.
And to your point, we don't feel that that's appropriate for council because ultimately it is a ticketed event that has revenue. It's more a case of an indication of our support for this type of activity to happen in our district.
Your Worship, can I ask one quick follow-up, please?
Yes, we're only talking 10,000 here like the show.
Correct. I'm just wondering, is there a mechanism we could use to ensure that our contribution somehow makes its way to local artists? I'd feel much more comfortable with supporting the event if I knew that it was going local, since we're not subsidising tickets. You know, it's a way of making sure there's a local benefit.
Through your chair, yes, we'd be happy to look at that. What we do with our sponsored events as opposed to community grants, with a sponsored event we are buying outcomes. So our focus at the moment has been on tourism, attraction and on use of local event suppliers to support the industry, but we can certainly look at adding a KPI that looks at the number of local acts commissioned for the event and to require them to be remunerated, and that is in line with other policy we have around use of local up and coming events arts and culture participants.
Very happy to support on that basis.
Okay, thank you. Moving on, next one.
Yes.
217.
Yes, 217, page 16 is the officer comments, the Fork Food and Wine event.
Tighter budgets, suggested 8K with 2K in in-kind support. Any direction, please? Councillor Fowler?
Just a question, Your Worship. Through Your Worship, do we know what the people that from outside the area attend, or what's the mix? Do we have that figure?
I might just have to defer quickly to my event marketing and tourism manager.
And while Vicky comes down, I'm really interested in the reporting back for every event that we have, what the protocol is, please.
So while Vicky, do you want to pass to you first?
Through you, Madam Chair. Exciting. So I've never done it this way before, sorry. There's Fork attracts approximately 30% from out of town, slightly higher in winter. Obviously, Winter Fork has now been cancelled, which is why we're also suggesting a slight reduction, because now we're only getting one large event and a hospitality-focused event in winter. And I'm sorry, Councillor Kerr, could you please repeat your question for me?
Reporting?
How they report back to us.
Yeah.
We get a post-event report that details ticketing, where all of the users come from, marketing reach, and where the money is spent in terms of the marketing as well. So not just the reach, but also how it's spent. So it's very robust and transparent.
Just a quick follow-up question. Do we know what the spread of events are between Hastings and for Hastings?
Thank you. I don't have the exact numbers, but the majority of them are in Hastings district, just because we are obviously food and wine capital. Yeah, grapevine capital.
Thank you. Okay, well, everyone comfortable with that suggestion? 8K for Fork, thank you. And the next one?
Yep, page 18 of the officer comments, and this is the submission 231 regarding supporting the National Swimming Championships.
So this is a suggestion of a tighter budget of 10K per annum and also 1,500 in kind. People comfortable with this? People come from all over New Zealand for this event. Okay, thank you. We lost our Week-Bix strike, and we lost that from Frimley Pool.
Okay, moving on, councillors. Page.
Sorry, Your Worship, I have a question on that swimming one.
Yes.
Your Worship, my question is, are we funding an actual event, or are we funding a potential event?
Through you, Chair, if I think I understand the question correctly. So we had the National Age Group Swimming Championships here last year, along with the National Championships as a qualifier for Paris. So Swimming New Zealand are keen to keep the National Age Group Championships coming back. Mm-hmm. So they are asking for our continued support to run an event for a set period. I believe it's around 25-26. For the 25-26 financial year. two events, one in 25, one in 26, so 10,000 per annum, one event in 2025, one in 2026.
Lovely, thank you.
And it will be a national event, and if it
So
can be age
national.
group, it's even better still.
And they invited us all down to have a look, and if you go down, it's actually incredible to see people from, families from all over New Zealand that have come. Okay, thank you.
Page 20, councillors, flicking over the page, so Margaret Walker, submission 255, general commenting around the funding of Arts Inc. here at Taonga.
So Arts Inc. is coming back next week with per your recommendations. So this is just a general comment about status quo funding, but there'll be your decision next Thursday, okay? So if we can move on to the next one.
Yeah, so next one's Jeremy Smith, 261. This is the Art Deco Festival.
Yes.
Page 20 of your comment.
Any views on Art Deco Festival? So the Trust is requesting 40, previously we funded 25 and was reduced to 10. That is the direction? Councillor Sholem.
Just to throw a cat amongst the pigeons through you, your worship. What if we were not to fund? And what if we were to do our guerrilla marketing like we did around Mission?
Through you, Chair. In terms, I think it's probably a relationship thing, and mostly that is a partnership where we look at regional events. This has been an approach we've taken for any event that has happened that we believe has a significant impact at a regional level, and that's captured the likes of the Art Deco Festival, Hawke's Bay Marathon. I think Fork was actually one of those as well, where there is a bit of we each support, and one council may support more because of the location of the activity and one supports less. I can't speak to their budgets, having noted that they did ask for 40 as opposed to 25 from previous years. We have recommended the 10 because we've been unable to achieve a really decent activation in Hastings for our community through as part of the festival program. We certainly could look at doing something separate. The timing, I would suggest, probably not appropriate to do it at the same time as the festival. What I see as the $10,000 commitment to the festival allows us licence to talk about Hastings Art Deco activities as part of the festival, and to potentially put on our own umbrella, they call them umbrella events, isn't it? Where we may choose. We did look at doing this when the festival was cancelled due to the cyclone. We had a program of events put on with additional budget, so we gave them a small budget and then the majority for an activation. I believe in the budget I have noted that an option there to put some more money aside for doing an activation in Hastings of a nature such as a free community activation.
Right, Councillor Harvey.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks, Naomi, for the explanation. So have you got something that you really want to do as an activation, or is that just a nice to have aspect of it?
I think there are two aspects to this. We were really excited about the event provision we had planned back in 2023, but given the budget restrictions, we wouldn't be able to do that again. If I had to miss something off of the program, it would probably be Art Deco this year round. I think we can still achieve some, in terms of council investing in their own activation, I'm talking about. The 10,000 also reflects the benefit to our community. So many people Hastings District residents do go over and really enjoy the Art Deco. It's a really family-friendly event that brings a real vibe. So I want, by supporting the event, we are acknowledging the uplift for our own community. But to get to invest more, we would need probably substantially more to do something that would drive visitation and tourism to Hastings that Napier experiences. We just don't have that without having the accommodation here. So yes, I would love to, with the appropriate level of budget, to put something on for the Hastings residents to enjoy in Hastings. However, I just don't feel we've got the capacity this year within the budgets.
If I do support option one rather than the second option.
Option one is 10,000.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, so option one, has anyone got any contrary views?
No.
No, thank you. Option one it is. Thank you.
Just a clarification in direction from council. In the budget that I'm working within, that was baked into the LTP, we had allowed 10K for an HDC-led activation and 5,000 support for marketing and advertising of the festival. So what I'd like to, 10K would be a low level, it would be more like a market, something quite minor. Vicky would probably be able to give you more direction, but it is an option. So whilst we have put the funding there, it is, we would like your direction, whether you're on your comfort level of us doing that or putting that aside for other opportunities that may come up through the year as outlined in the workshop that we can't yet quantify.
I've always wanted to get Toitu Arts and Events Centre open on Art Deco weekend, and that means paying people to show people through our beautiful, beautiful Art Deco building. So, you know, I think there's opportunities. I don't think we need to go into how we're going to run an event for 10K at the moment. I think that, you know, you've set a direction, you'll come back and you'll just get on with it, you know.
Your Worship, just for clarification, so the sponsor of 10K, does that go to the Art Deco Trust in some way, or is that used in Hastings? I just need clarity on what.
Yeah, just through you, Chair, $10,000 is a sponsorship paid directly to the trust, and I have budgeted a total of 15K for HDC to spend on activations, separate to the trust.
Okay, so 10K plus 15? Yeah, okay, well, Your Worship, then I have a contrary view. I support that option over option one, because if we're going to be giving money, we may as well be doing something to get a return on that investment. So I think it would be mad for us just to hand over 10K and do nothing in Hastings. So I support.
Okay, I'll have to take some other views now. Tan?
Definitely support giving 10K. The 15K to me is something that I would like to be retained in the budget, and for this team on my right to come back and tell us what the idea is. Because if the idea doesn't work, then you can hold it and use it for add-on to Blossom. So from an LTP financial position, I support the 10 with the 15 held in the budget. Come back and tell us a bit more.
Okay, are you comfortable with that? Yes, you are. Lovely, thank you.
Low key.
Simon, you comfortable with that direction? We don't
Yeah,
need a lot of
I
speakers
think
on
we're just-
such a small amount.
We're just supporting the Hawke's Bay thing, that's all I was going to say.
Yeah, it's a relationship thing, but we actually need something in Hastings, so the team's going to come back to us.
Yep. Page 22, officer comments, just continue to work through these. So submission 278, Dan Kitto, commenting on future plans for subdivision in Te Wanga Tukituki area. The officer comments talk largely around the impending processes that will deal with that. It's not necessarily a long-term plan issue.
Support the officer's comments.
Thank you, Councillor Keogh. Alan, Councillor Corbyn.
Thank you, Your Worship. I look at the officer's comment here saying that the future development strategy is expected to deliver 80% of the housing demand. But when I read the future development strategy papers, it's saying it's 100%. And I just wonder whether officers need to check the comment for accuracy.
So the FDS has been, once the FDS has been adopted, it is expected that staff will evaluate the adequacy of a current planning policy and methods to meet the further 20% demand. So I think that's, no? So
No, I think there's 80 and 20 makes 100. I think the 80 is focused on urban and the 20 is the rural lifestyle.
I'm saying what's in the draft strategy at the moment, without any of the rural, which is what the 20 is in here, is actually 100% met in the draft strategy without any rural.
Okay, we'll check with the officers and come back to you as part of that. Thank you.
Yes, I'll get back to you on that one, Councillor. So next one's Jeremy Smith. It's officer comments on page 23, Hawke's Bay Heritage Awards.
Officers' comments, can we just have a look at, focus on those and see what people feel comfortable with? So this officers recommend $5,000 every 2 years.
Support this.
Okay, thank you. Anyone against? No? Okay, great, thank you.
Next submission, same page, 23, Sir Graham Avery, speaking on behalf of the Hawke's Bay Community Fitness Centre Trust. You have the officer comments requesting funding for programming.
Question, Your Worship?
Councillor Sholem?
Oh, thank you, Your Worship. This has come through our grants process and a decision's been made, so I think it would be inappropriate for us to overturn it as part of the LTP.
Okay, thank you. Everyone agree? Yes? Thank you.
Page 24, April Leconte, submission 304, concern around housing on horticultural land, which is a fundamental principle of our growth strategies. I think the officers have...
So this is the same issue, so we need to get clarification on this. Okay, thank you.
Yep, I'll wrap that one in.
Great.
So the next submission, same page, 24, Charlie Caldwell, on behalf of Waipatiki Beach Tower. He spoke to that and the officers suggesting that they can accommodate this within their budget.
Councillor Kerr?
Your Worship, this is a community I'm relatively close with, and if we do, we're not even asked to grant some funds because the request can be allocated out of existing budgets, but it is that sense that it must go past the Community Ratepayers Association. A very strong endorsement of those comments.
Right, so everyone agrees with the recommendation of the officers in the direction of Councillor Kerr. Anyone against? Thank you.
Mr. Hosford's in the room, I'm sure he's taken note of that. So, next one, page 25, Debbie Monaghan on behalf of Biodiversity Hawke's Bay. You have funded for some time, it's budgeted, taking the opportunity to put their mahi in front of you.
Councillor Sholem?
Absolutely support continuing funding of this great organisation.
Thank you. Councillor Kerr?
Just a request once again about reporting back to us about how this money is spent. Is it going to support them operationally, or are we buying an outcome?
Okay, thank you. Who's the officer responsible for biodiversity?
So I would like that reporting linked very strongly with this funding.
Okay.
Thank you.
That's Bex. Bex is going to help us with that reporting to biodiversity. Thank you.
Okay, next one, page 25, Shane Jaffer spoke to you about the Photo Fest.
Officers recommend 10k per annum. HDC could also contribute 2.5k for marketing in kind. Photo Fest was very popular in Hastings when it was last. Very cool. Councillor Sholem?
Been many times, very supportive.
Okay, Councillor Hickey?
I have a question, or I note that there's a lot of in-kind contribution in the marketing team. Has anyone added up what it is? Because I just seem to, it's kind of getting close to nearly $200,000 worth of kind services for someone.
Naomi, can you speak to in-kind support?
Through you, Chair. Yes, we are a very kind team. No, it's there has always been two funds. So we have the events that we contract through and sponsor. We also have had in the past a contestable events fund, which is just sort of a small requests that come ad hoc through the year, and we have an events marketing budget. The way this has been managed in the past has been that the event marketing budget has sat separate. So when we decide to do additional support, with the exception of two, I think, events where we did have a marketing line in their budgets, it has come through from a separate fund. We are now reallocating that funding to reflect better the value and the full value of the support we provide an event. So we do keep a tab of how that budget has been spread out, and it is substantial. However, this is, when we sponsor an event, it also provides us the opportunity to leverage and tell stories about Heretatonga Hastings. So to not have marketing budget against events where we are there to support the promotion of the district, or a key message around our vibrancy, our food and wine, multicultural, our all of those key messages in the event strategy, then we're actually failing in the purpose of funding through sponsorship, as opposed to grants, where it is just genuinely a recognition of a good that has been provided to the community and support.
Okay, lovely. Thank you, Henry. And now Malcolm.
Yeah, thank you, Worship. I just want to put out to councillors that Photo Fest puts an application in for every project we have to have. It doesn't matter whether it's community grants, Creative Hastings, or whatever it is. And I think we're being very generous with the 10,000 for them this time around. I would think in the essence of a year, we've probably given them close to 50,000 through various events. So I'd reduce that amount.
Councillor Sholin?
Just for clarity, Your Worship, the organisation does put in a number of funds for different events. It's not the same event. So this is a standalone event that they're seeking funding for, which I support the quantum of funding that's recommended.
Okay, this is one event. I think they asked for 50. The recommendation is 10. Any contrary views to 10 other than Malcolm? No, you comfortable with 10? All right. Thank you.
Miss Sandra, can we just take a moment to stand?
We're going to have a break now.
Oh,
I'm
my
just
apologies.
Yes, we're having 5 minutes. Meeting adjourned. 5 minutes. You've got a biscuit.
Public? So we're getting some, just so you know,
Lynn?
we're getting through them, but
Very, very short and concise. All right, next one, thank you. Thank you, Lex. Order, order.
Okay, councillors, so page 26, Bob Harris, Carrots Whenua Streamland Care Group, officers are supportive, they do work with the group and the work continues.
Nobody on my screen, so I'm saying yes.
Come on, we're on
Right.
page 26, the officer comments.
Great job, says Malcolm. Yep.
So the next one is the request to take these three submissions together. They relate to alcohol licensing. The first one in front of you is Shane Phillips, but it also relates to submissions 325 and 415. We have some conflicts of interest, so if you want to deal with that, then we can take those three items together.
Great, thank you.
And essentially the issue being that, as you know, and you are getting a report back on this from the team, a number of councils are now passing bylaws to maximise the use of user charges, and you'll be considering that very issue. And in fact, you did inform some of the submitters of that during the hearing.
Okay, everyone comfortable with that, those three, that direction? It's all coming back to you. Yep, for a recommendation. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. So next one, same page, 26, Walter Brewstart, well known to you, his thoughts on urban growth and development. Officer comments are there, and we have ongoing conversations with Walter.
Your Worship, can we just add that we thank Walter for his ongoing interest?
Yeah, absolutely.
Because he is very passionate about this space, and although we can't move as far and as fast as he would like us to, it is always very informative.
Thank you. Yes, absolutely.
Thank you, Tanya. I've noted that. That'll be part of the response, if you're happy with that. So moving on, page 27 now to submission 327 regarding the Pacific Community Home Ownership Program. So you had the submitters speak to you.
I think it's a good service.
Yes,
but
Simon?
I think it's a good service. It's a lot of money, but I don't know if we can provide some support because it's exactly what we should be trying to do to help people onto the ladder. That's the way I see it.
Officers' comments are good. Work with them.
Yes, the Pacifica community. So sorry, we've got some speakers. Wendy?
Thank you, Worship. Very supportive of the concept in the mahi they're doing. Unfortunately, they didn't apply to our community grants funding this year, so they can't be considered this year. So I do support the officer's recommendations in terms of working with them to try and identify other funds. I think that's the best we can do right now, and encourage them to apply in future years.
Excellent, thank you. Councillor Kerr, you're right, it's been said. Everyone agrees. Thank you.
Okay, councillors, page 28, Liz Pollock. This is an event. This is Harvest Hawke's Bay Wine and Food Festival.
Direction, councillors? Wine Festival. Councillor Butto said yes, it's a good event and we need to be supporting it. Any contrary views? Okay, people are comfortable with the Hawke's Bay Wine Festival. Thank you.
Next one, 338 on page 29, Hawke's Bay Netball, Court in the Bay.
Councillor Kerr?
Very much support this. The buzz in the community around this event has been really powerful for many years, so support this.
Okay, any contrary views?
No, just for clarity, Your Worship, we're supporting the proposed reduction. Yeah, great.
Thank you. Everyone happy with that? Yes?
Next submission, 348 Lucinda Perry on behalf of the Hastings Business Association. Sort of supportive and understanding, I think, but happy that there's ongoing momentum in the CBD.
Yes, thank you. Happy with that?
Next one, 349, this is on page 30 of the officer comments. I think you've addressed this already around Arts Inc. Kiratonga coming in to speak. If
Yes.
you're happy to address that then.
Will you address that next Thursday at council meeting? Thank you.
Okay, next one, 351, page 30, officer comments regarding security patrols. There's been a request there that the officers have looked at their budgets and suggest they can work in. I'll leave you with those.
Tanya?
So just in clarity, there's no requirement for increased LTP funding. This can all be managed within existing.
Yeah, that's what the comments are suggesting, that they can shuffle the deck chairs on that one and still get everything that's required done. Not on the Titanic, no. Next one, the Friends of the Library spoke to you. Your Worship, you made a number of comments during the presentation around perhaps a different funding model and attracting external funding and benefactors and trying to keep that project moving forward. That's the notes I took.
Yes.
I'm not sure if you want to speak to that.
And also want to set up an advisory. I've been talking about it for a long time because we've got a number of community who want to be leading us in this. They want to lead a project for the gallery and library. So while we haven't got anything in this LTP for gallery and library, you know, in the future when we recover, we'll have a team that are getting on and doing some work. Tanya?
Your Worship, at the beginning of this LTP, when we were talking about draft LTPs, there was a sense of, if we can defer capital works but use these next 3 years for the planning and the consenting, the designing and the scheming, therefore I would like to propose exactly what you have said. What the sense of getting that planning and maybe even to the extent of consenting underway so that the next LTP can start to unlock some funding.
Are people comfortable with that direction? Yes. Councillor Fowler?
Yeah, just like to support that through your Worship too. And I understand there was $500,000 set aside for planning for the library. Is that still the case through your Worship?
Oh, no. What about and the $5,000 for the gallery and the tidy up? What's it? It's gone.
No, so through your Worship, we did have $500,000 provisioned in last year's budget, which I think got carried over into this year's budget for that design work and understanding what the future of the art gallery and library would be. That no longer has been. There's no longer into not into next year's budget. So if you do want to make a provision for that in future years, then we'll need to rebudget that back in.
Okay. Anna?
Thank you, Worship. I just wanted to clarify on that note for the library. I think we had some tag money, however, for continuing the upgrade, toilet facility, etc. I just want to make sure that that's in place.
Through you, Your Worship, yes, there is money in the immediate future to do those changes to the bathrooms that can't wait.
Great, thank you very much. Right.
We happy to move on?
Yes,
yes.
with those recommendations.
Page 31, next submitter regarding the multicultural strategy, supportive of that, and a future with a community hub was what was being requested. I think the officer comments talked to the point that it might well be the type of project that you would build into the planning you were just talking about as one option.
Yes, people comfortable with that direction? Community hub in the library? Yes, thank you.
Next submitter just commented on the slowdown of investment in the parks in the short to medium term. The officers have commented, and you've essentially already made a decision around your nice to have projects, so we would feed that decision back along with the officer comments. There's still work happening in our parks, we haven't stopped, and that's essentially what the comments say.
Any views on that one? Comfortable with the officer's comments? Yes. Anyone to the contrary? Thank you.
So the next submitter spoke to you. This is John Eden on page 32 of the officer comments. On behalf of the Landmarks Trust, they covered a number of issues, which the officers have attempted to comment on. The couple of things raised in the submission around the colour palette to blend with the landscape on the Havelock Hills was one. And I think Rose Mohi raised the question about the Elwood Road resource consent. I haven't had a chance to follow that up, but if you wish me to, I can do that and make it part of the response.
Great, thank you.
Okay, page 33, bottom page 33, Diwali Festival, an event with the event comments there for you.
People comfortable with that direction? Yes, thank you. All in favour? Great.
Okay, the next one, 379 on page 34, went to the Rural Community Board, submitted requesting speed limits on a state highway, which, you know, unfortunately is not our jurisdiction. So we'd probably send a fuller response than what you have there, but ultimately that's where that one stands.
Thank you. Cool.
Next submission, Creative New Zealand. So this is submission 391. Really, the submission was largely around the importance of partnership. They weren't requesting anything specifically, as I saw.
And wants us to continue funding the arts. Everyone comfortable with that? Thank you. Colin Mulder.
Yeah, Colin Mulder. So quite a bespoke issue regarding rates on a forestry block. And, you know, the proportion they're paying. It's proposed that the final resolution I'll get you to pass is this full response in regards to all the submissions around rates and the comments on the plan more generally, explaining the decisions and any bespoke things that we need to address. So that'll get wrapped up in that response if you're happy with that.
Everyone comfortable with that direction? Thank you.
Next one, Glenn Lucas at Mitre 10 Park. Two parts to this. Oh, yes, sorry, councillors.
Thank you. We've got a few councillors that have moved back.
Bit of conflict there.
Yeah.
Two parts, as I recall, the master plan and the importance of proceeding along that. There's also an event tied in there, which Naomi could outline potentially, because I've forgotten what it is.
So everyone comfortable with the master plan continuing?
Oh, regional event fund.
And then a regional event fund. So, you know, I'm not sure that this is the right time for the regional event fund. What's everybody's thoughts on that? Malcolm?
No, probably not the right timing down the track. And when is the master plan due back? When can we actually see the master plan? If anyone could help us? Because that's what's holding a number of
Naomi
things
is
up.
in charge of the master plan.
Through you, Chair. I believe Glenn, when he presented, spoke to the master plan being in the next few months. So at the moment, they're because we had to restart it, they're just going through data review, and then they'll go out to market for consulting to finish it. But the aim is to have it through in the next 6 months.
6 months. Great. Thank you.
Thank you. Next submission, page 36, Emma McRobbie on behalf of the Havelock North Business Association and the village. So two parts to it, looking for enhanced sort of vibrancy funding, you know, in the same way that Hastings is treated, and also calling for a signature community event in the village. They spoke to both of those.
Councillor Sholem?
Thank you, Worship. Recalling their verbal submission, when asked what they would prefer most in these tight fiscal times, the Business Association said they would prefer a signature event funding over vibrancy. And so in that case, I'm very supportive of establishing the 15K that's been recommended by officers for that signature event for Havelock North, and also supportive of their request for gateway signage, as long as that's within our budgets. It's not okay. I shall say.
All right.
Through you, Madam Chair. We've had them costed at approximately sort of between 15 to 20K to replace the Havelock North, the 3 Havelock North signs. Thank you.
What are everyone's views? They are really tired.
When are they
Marcus?
coming up for renewal?
Through you, Madam Chair, we renew them on a as-is basis, and so they are worn and tired, but at this stage they're not considered dangerous, so they'll stay up until we choose to take them down.
Now,
Yeah,
Councillor
thank you,
Dixon?
Worship. Can they get a couple of them done? We don't have to do all three, but the entrances at each end, they're dreadful. You can hardly see them.
Through you, Chair. I believe it would be more, there's only 3, so that is the entrance ways. And to do them all at once is more cost effective.
So, time frame, please.
Could we bring this through? So do we need to set, if we need 15, did you say 15,000?
To 20.
15 to 20. Do we need, I mean, surely this isn't an operational budget somewhere for signage, for goodness sake. Really? No, not across the organisation. There's for signage replacement. Roading, signage, no budget, okay. Councillor Upperton?
Could I just suggest we delay this signage project and the officers can come back with when there's a little bit more budget?
And I think the consultation is very important as to what the signs will need to be as well. Okay, all right, so thank you, that's a good direction. Is everyone comfortable with that? Yes, I bring it back, thank you.
Okay,
And we support the event. So we support the event, the community event. Thank you, 15K.
so next submission, 405, page 37, officer comments. So regarding an alternative emergency route in Hahamoana, you won't be able to deal with that today, but the officers have committed to exploring that and getting back to the submitter.
Great, thank you. Mr. Wellwood?
Next one, Guy Wellwood, alternative transport thinking, he spoke to you.
Yes.
I'll leave that there. How do you feel about the officer response?
Yes, I think that's a very good response, thank you. Comfortable with that, councillors? Thank you.
Page 38, this went to Rural Community Board. There were a couple around hall improvements. The Rural Community Board agreed with the officer comments that we're living within existing means and processes around hall upgrades, but the officers continue to work as they do to attract external funding where we can. The Rural Community Board members might want to elaborate. That was my recollection. I just don't have the recommendations in front of me.
Your Worship, that's an accurate reflection of what the Community Board discussed, and I think it would be appropriate if we just endorsed the Community Board's recommendations on that.
Great, thank you. Everyone comfortable with that?
Page 38, so Federated Farmers, a variety of topics on rates and funding.
Support the officer's comments, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor Kerr. Any questions or any comments about the Federated Farmers submission? Okay, thank you.
Page 40, at the event, the Fiesta of Lights. Comments are there for you of submission 418.
So once again, another event loved by the community. So $12,000 plus $1,000 marketing and kind support. People comfortable with that?
Pretty well supported, isn't it?
Yes, very well supported.
Yeah, well.
Okay, thank you, Simon. Yes. Happy with that?
Okay.
Yes.
Yep. Page 41, another event, Waitangi Day celebrations. So that's submission 419.
That's the big Waitangi down at the Regional Sports Park. $5,000, reducing from approximately, yep, that's what we, yes, comfortable with that? Yes, Henry?
Comment.
Comment?
Excuse me, Your Worship. So just just making a significant, just a comment. This is one of the biggest Indigenous events in our region. Attracts, 15,000 plus people, and we're reducing. But is there any rationale behind that?
How much do they normally have?
Oh, Sandra said reducing.
No, not reducing. How much did you get, they normally have for Waitangi Day? They always get 5.
Through your chair, yes, they always have $5,000. We haven't reduced it because it's not a very, because the amount is so low and the event is so well attended.
Okay, Councillor Kerr?
I didn't get a chance to speak with regard to the Havelock North event, but I note that we have just approved 15,000 to be given for a carnival or event in Havelock North. I would be interested to know the number of people that attend that in direct comparison to, for example, this community event, which is much loved, supported very strongly by Mana Whenua, and we only give them $5,000 a year. So I'm wondering if somebody can talk to me about the comparison between those two events, please.
Through your chair, the amounts are based on request. So the only grant request we've had is 5K. So that's what's been approved at the full amount.
Is there any further direction that we need to be talking with Ngāti Kahungunu and Te Rangi about? Yes? Okay, thank you. Henry,
I wonder if, Your Worship, I could maybe request a action to go back to Ngāti Kahungunu and ask them if would they consider an increase if we were in It is a significant event.
Well, let's just say let
We'll have a
our
conversation.
event staff work with the event manager of Waitangi Day to understand the event and what its future looks like and where they need some support. Can we put that come?
Yep, absolutely.
Thank you, Marcus. Oh, sorry, Heather.
The other Heather stood up before me. But just for comment around Waitangi Day, it's not just attended by Māori, it's attended by a lot of non-Māori, but they had an activation space last year and it was an education place around Te Tiriti or Waitangi. So that's an education space for Kahungunu as a whole.
Excellent. Thank you, Marcus.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just note that this process is based on request, and I don't think it's appropriate that we as an organisation go out and see if we can give some people some more funding. I just don't think that's...
No, I think it's about working with the long-term sustainability of the event. I think that's that conversation. Yep. Rather than saying we need to give you more money. Thank you. Elwyn?
Yeah, or how the event could be enhanced with some more funding.
Yep. Okay. I think we're all together on that page.
I think we've captured the flavour and intent there.
Yes.
So next one is on page 41. Jim Stewart, submission 421, commenting on the condition of Napier Road. The officer comments talk about the work that's been completed to date and the future work that's programmed for Napier Road.
Support the officer's comments.
Thank you.
It's reflective of many other roads in our district that have been that are vulnerable at the moment.
Yes.
It's also part of a sort of long-term maintenance thing. All roads come for review, and they're doing Lawn Road at the moment.
Okay, thank you. Malcolm?
Just a comment, Your Worship. It's not so long ago since this section of road was actually repaired and a pedestrian crossing put in there. And I don't think the contractors actually got it right. I'd like them to go back and put some more focus on the actual contractors to bring it up to the proper standard where it should be.
Okay, right, we'll take that as a...
If you're happy, I can make a note.
Yes, we'll take that as an action.
Okay, so page 42, another one that went to the Rural Community Board, Mariah Kākaho Hall this time. Similar commentary to Kiriru. Marcus, I don't know if you wanted to comment. But again, working with existing...
as well, and I think it's just appropriate to endorse that.
Okay, appropriate to just endorse about the funding that for the hall. Yes, the officers' comments are right. Stephen
The
Day.
next one, you had the presentation from Stephen Dash on behalf of the collective around spatial planning and other related processes in Havelock North.
Councillor Fowler.
Yes, through your worship, yes, I agree with the council, with the officer's recommendations that while it's while we'll be restrained probably to do anything financially, that a plan is worked on, and as it said, it can be accommodated within existing budgets.
Yes. Okay, thank you. Has anyone got any contributes?
Question, Your Worship.
Yes, Councillor Sholem.
Thank you, Your Worship. Definitely support what they've brought forward. I note also during their submission, though, that they highlighted that taking a holistic view and think about how our different main centres fit together is a good idea too. So just wondering if officers could comment on that. While we may be looking at a spatial plan specifically for Havelock North, will we also be looking at how it integrates into Hastings and Flaxmere?
Yes, well, we need a district-wide spatial plan, don't we?
Well, we do, but I'm talking more about the commercial areas,
Yes.
Your Worship.
Yeah, okay, no, absolutely. Councillor Harvey?
Yeah, thank you. I'm supportive of this as well. Just interested in the last comment, which is that there are funds are within the existing budget. Is that the case so that this can get underway?
That's correct. It's prioritised as part of the strategy review budget. It's in the LTP.
Thank you.
I just wanted to address Councillor Sholem. I just wonder whether the scope for this project could be brought back to council, and then you could get some assurances.
I think that's very important. Councillor Corbyn?
Thank you, Your Worship. Just picking up on the Mayor's comment, is there anything in the budget for the regional spatial plan?
Chief Executive? No, nothing in the budget for a regional spatial plan. We've been talking about this for a number of years, everyone. We did the freight and logistics strategy for Hawke's Bay, but, to actually, I think the future development strategy is kind of taken the forefront at the moment of, how do we do spatial planning, but, this is something that I need to talk as a region to everyone to get a regional spatial plan underway. I think it's absolutely critical.
So when's the next opportunity to look at that and budget for it?
I guess the next opportunity to budget for it, if you're serious about it, is the annual plan. I don't know the processes you'd follow between now and then.
In the annual plan?
Yeah, from a budgeting perspective, yes.
Okay, thank you. And so we will set, everyone's comfortable with the direction of the Havelock strategy, spatial plan for Havelock North. Yes, okay, thank you. Jim Popperwell?
Yeah, Jim Popper, bottom of page 43 now, councillors, the Urban Barbecue Festival. You have Naomi's comments there.
Thank you.
Good to go.
Mel Young?
So Mel Young, bottom of page 44, commenting on the fairness of charging for refuse and recycling. I know Councillor Harvey asked about how that system was going. We do have incentives in place to use less waste. So the officer comments talk about that, but there's quite a major exercise coming around the waste minimisation strategy as well, which will have its whole dedicated community engagement process around it as well.
Okay. Simon?
Yeah, I think there is opportunity for further efforts to reduce waste. I'm not proposing that we spend any more money or anything at this point. I just want to say, some of us went to the waste reduction visit to the landfill yesterday, and I think we all came away thinking, yes, we could do a hell of a lot better. And a lot of it's just, if we could just get people to stop dumping the wrong waste in the wrong bin.
Yes. Absolutely. No, it's good comment, and it's good to hear that Wasteman's work is going to carry on. Great.
Okay, page 45, submission 432. Supportive of the Toitu framework. Just a call to action around that. There's no funding implications at this time around this.
Councillor Sholem?
Thank you, Worship. During the submission, they did put in a bid. They were talking about 48k per annum from HDC. I'd just like that noted, and that this is some pretty important work in our region, so I'm not quite sure how to progress from here. But I don't think it's something we should say is not funded, but it's certainly not something I can support funding on right now without expanding into it a bit further, whether or not that means something comes to us in the future.
Yes, well, I mean, I could suggest that what supporting Toy 2 framework looks like is something that can be brought back through your appropriate committees, and then any support for that in a fiscal sense could be dealt with through the annual plan once you know coherently what you might be funding.
I agree. I think that's the best way to address this. Has anybody else got any contrary views?
Just a question.
Yes.
A question, Your Worship. Is this the entity that came and spoke to us, and at the speaking to us and the spoken submission said they wanted some funds? Right, thank you.
Yeah, and yes, it'd just be helpful to understand what that looks like. You know, they've obviously got a delivery model now, they've got their strategy, and so, you know, how they move forward. Thank you.
Page 45, Matariki celebrations. You have Naomi's comments there.
So officers, support funding of 10K, plus 7.5 for marketing and advertising support. Everyone comfortable with that?
Yes.
Yes, thank you. Henry?
Just a question in regards to the marketing. I know that it's not in kind, so it's actually investment in marketing.
Through you, Chair, yes it is. It's all cash expenditure on advertising and promotion.
Okay, thank you.
So is that the event that's next week, the 25th and 26th? Yes, at Waiaraha. Great, thank you. Okay.
Okay, bottom of page 46, submission 442 regarding Mitre 10 Park. I'll let you reflect on the officer comments. A number of things did come up through this presentation, I think, around the netball facility, from memory, if I've got the right presentation. The focus around car parking and the upgrade and where that's going. It's linked to the master plan, obviously, that you've already had conversation around as well. Rebecca, I'm not sure if you want to elaborate any more on that.
So council has allocated $1.5 million to upgrade car parking at Mitre 10 Regional Park. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
This is the basketball, is it? Netball, I'm sorry, I mean netball. I did comment on public transport during the submission. I think that shouldn't be dropped or lost sight of.
Okay, thank you. We'll make that make a note of that. Councillor Teo Skipworth.
Thank you, Worship. Just going on the weighting of the DCs. I know it's two totally different things, but we're allowing projects or build to happen on there, and where's the growth component from those entities that are building, creating more infrastructure?
Sorry, Bruce, you able to answer that?
Did I articulate that? Sorry.
So yeah, I think so. Tell me if I get this, if I'm not interpreting it correctly. But so community infrastructure that gets built in the likes of the sports park is not funded by development contributions. There is a provision in the Local Government Act that allows us to provide for recreational reserves, so to speak. That generally comes in the form of neighbourhood parks. So, for example, we've got a new subdivision out of Brookvale and Havelock North. Part of that structure plan provides that council will provide some recreational reserves. Development contributions will pay for that land acquisition and its development. There is also a small component that goes towards more regional park facilities, but it's generally not towards facilities of this nature, although I think there's probably opportunities where we can stretch it within the Local Government Act, but currently we don't.
I wonder if we could, I wonder if we can explore that opportunity, because otherwise just say for the likes of that facility, if they continue to grow, the weight sits on us to build more car parks.
So we'll see, I think as part of the development contribution review, is we'll be looking at to the extent to which we collect a development contribution for reserves and community facilities. There is some provision, but it's limited. And sorry, there is an element in the policy, I'm just being told. Whether it's sufficient to go towards the extent of that, well, I think we need to incorporate that as part of the wider development contribution review.
Great, thank you. No, Simon?
Sorry.
Okay, thank you.
Page 47, councillors. Annie Evans spoke to you again around land use and future development. Some of the officer comments are repetitive, but those are the process that we have to deal with these matters.
And we're going to bring that information back. Thank you.
Yeah.
Happy?
Yep.
Yep. So, sport.
Sorry, Damon.
Thank you. Just this one, because I did notice that there was a similar one around the Te Wanga development back a few pages. And in this one, it said, while the submitter had missed the opportunity to suggest sites, I don't think that's actually the case for this person. I think she has been quite involved, and I do recall she even came to the LTP session we had at the church just down the road as well. So I'm just asking to check that comment may not necessarily be correct for Annie.
Yes. In fact, she said that she'd been working with us for a number of years. Thank you, Damon.
Thanks, councillor. I'll follow that up.
Excellent.
Page 48, we're nearly there, folks. Sport Hawke's Bay submitted. Again, they take the opportunity to speak. I can't recall any additional request. No.
It's just an update on their program, I think. Is people comfortable with that, with the way the program has been delivered?
Yes.
Councillor Kerr?
Support the officer's comments, but can we please add a thank you to them?
Most of these do by default, but
yeah, not thank for the submission, but in particular thank them for the partnership and the work that they do in our community.
Yeah.
Wonderful, thank you. Arts and Kiritonga, this is the General Manager. Is this any different from what's coming back to us next week, Naomi? Page 48, Arts and Kiritonga. Is this any different from what's coming back to Council next Thursday?
Through you, Chair, no, the paper coming back will go through recommendations that align with the recommendations of the notes on the paper.
Okay. All right, thank you. Councillor Kerr?
So, Your Worship, with this one, we best to defer to the next council meeting.
Yes, it's next Thursday. It's coming back for council decision. There will be options. Yes, good, thank you. Okay, Mr. Mark von Daddleston, Regional Tourism Funding.
yeah, so general commentary around that, obviously having seen the headlines through Hawke's Bay on this matter.
Yes. Okay, everyone comfortable with that? Thank you.
Okay.
Heritage New Zealand.
Yes, in terms of support around heritage buildings, so the officers have commented there in terms of the things that we've done, and there is funding in the plan to do that sort of stock take, I suppose, I think it was, of heritage buildings and their needs. That was prioritised by the LTP Working Party, you might recall.
Okay, Councillor Fowler.
Yes, Your Worship, totally support this.
Okay, great, thank you. Any other views? Everyone's happy to support this heritage building direction? Great, thank you.
Then finally on this booklet, Regional Council just encouraging HDC to continue to support public transport initiatives. The officers assure me that they have that in train.
Excellent. We'd like to see perhaps an update from Mr. Bryce Cullen or someone from Martin Williams or someone about transport. We'll organise a workshop. Now we move on to the form that's just been handed out to you.
So just a few to go there. What I've done here, I just didn't want to lose sight of the remaining matters that went through Rural Community Board, and also just the remaining submitters that hadn't had an officer comment, and you may wish to elaborate a response there given the effort they've made to come into the chamber. So the first one is Margaret Simons. It was quite a bespoke matter around a particular stream and culvert. During the Rural Community Board discussion, officers committed to work with the submitter more closely and understand the specific matter. And so if you're happy with that direction, that's what will happen.
The Rural Community Board members want to add anything to what has been asked by Mrs. Simons? No?
Okay. Your Worship, I just had to remember where this was. We can't do anything with this culvert until the Regional Council are able to establish what the water flow and flood levels and stock banks are.
Okay.
So, yes, support the officer's comments.
Great, thank you.
Okay, the next submitter again was a verbal submitter, a different perspective on the growth paradigm. Councillor Kerr, you correctly pointed out that some of the directives are national policy. So I would pick up on those comments both around immigration and the rules around housing supply and the protection of valuable soils and everything that goes with that. I'm not sure if there are any other councillor comments that you wanted to provide the submitter.
Councillor Kerr, have we missed anything? No? Okay, we're comfortable with that?
I was unfortunately out of the room for the next one. Cameron Rose spoke to you because I think his comments were from memory that it sounded like a sound plan, but was concerned about the funding plan and the impact on our community were the main commentary there. And so, obviously you've made decisions today that will be passed on to all submitters that commented on rates and the rationale around that.
Yes.
Happy with that?
Councillor Sholem?
Thank you, Worship. If I recall correctly and look at my notes, Mr. Rose also commented on looking at spreading rates increase, which you will be able to tell him we have heard and done, and also taking our time to look at our internal costs, which I'm sure letting him know about the new advisory group and ongoing work in that area will be appreciated.
Yeah, absolutely, Councillor.
Great, thank you very much.
Next submitter, again, we made the bold effort to come into our chamber. Obviously, the Frimley Pool decision will be passed on, but just a special thank you, really. Pretty big effort, and she spoke so well. So
she did, yes. She was amazing.
Next submitter is the Youth Council. So they commented on various aspects of the plan. The thing I took out of it, that if council's able at some time, their passions around the walking and cycling initiatives and continuing our journey there. I think there was some acknowledgement that the fiscal position they were in is meant to slow down there, but you may have picked up other things you want me to respond to.
Councillor Sholem?
Thank you, Worship. If I recall correctly, they were asking us to slow down on some, even though we've already cut down, but slow down further on playground initiatives and reconsider cycling initiatives. They also wanted to know what, if any, cycling initiatives are still in the LTP. So if we can just make sure that's included in the comments back, that would be great.
Right, thank you. Councillor Apatu?
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a special thank you to them for the quality of their submission. I thought it was pretty outstanding.
Thank you. It certainly was. Councillor Kerr?
In my notes, I'd written down about the slowdown of enhancing our reserves, except for, and I remember I checked again with her, Arkina, Esk and Bridgepa parks. They felt those three still needed to be enhanced.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Sholem?
Just one last thing, Your Worship. If we could also include an acknowledgement of the mahi they did in getting out to a range of schools. It wasn't just them. That's unprecedented. Youth councils haven't done that in the past.
Excellent. Thank you.
That's all noted. Thank you, James Kerr. So the Rural Community Board members may want to speak to this. Gave Presentation regarding sort of Cyclone Gabriel funding assistance and potentially some of the cracks from his perspective, being on a lifestyle property. The Rural Community Board recommendations, I again haven't got in front of me, but recommended that to be taken through the Rural Task Force, for want of the correct term. You can help me with that, Councillor Buddo. But we were going to contact the submitter and wrap some support around that and with the task force.
Your Worship, Mr. Kerr made some very good comments around the challenges that lifestyle block owners face in accessing funding during the cyclone and the recovery from, due to issues ranging from the way lifestyle blocks are categorised, the way funding was unlocked after a gateway of 51%, for example, of your income coming from farm. That's something the Rural Advisory Group is very well aware of, and it's something that needs to be addressed more on a national kind of stage and is relevant across the country. And so we will pick up contact with him through the Rural Advisory Group and move forward from there.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Councillor Buddo. Sue Averill.
Jeffrey Wood.
Oh, Jeffrey Wood.
The direction that I got from the council chamber, the submitter, as you recall, was really wanting more detail, and an ex-accountant, I think he said. And the suggestion was that an appropriate officer and ward councillors could have a coffee and a chat, just to explore the detail.
Great. Can I put someone's name alongside that? Yes, thank you, Councillor Fowler. Wonderful.
I think that the interim CFO would love to join them for a coffee as well.
Yes. Excellent.
And in a similar vein, the next one, Sue Averill spoke to you, covered quite a range of topics, and your suggestion there was that ward councillors could liaise directly with Sue, and if required, with officer support to work through those methodically, better than what a written response might be able to do.
Thank you. That's you, Councillor Corbin, is it?
Yes, it is.
Yes.
And I will follow through. But can I just make one comment?
Yes.
I found the share your thoughts here very hard to read. The font is very small.
Yes.
Where people put an attachment in, where they'd written a Word document and attached it, it was easy to read, but there are so many here that are very small font, very hard to read, and I just wonder whether in the future we can make it a bigger font.
No, it's a good comment. I've picked up on that point personally. It's not something we can control. It's the software product that we're using, which isn't a good enough response, but so we'll be following that through. And if they can't correct that, we'll probably use a different product.
Awesome. That's
pleased
great.
to hear that.
Yep.
Thank you very much, Lex. Councillor Kerr?
I have an issue with a missing submission. In the officer's comments, page 4 at the top refers to Angeline Shand as submission 81, which is the Hindu Council. But the next submission is Roger Fannin, and it refers to, I haven't got it in front of me, but it referred to concerns regarding the development of Kāinga order in community and how he wanted us to manage that better. I don't see an officer's comment aligning. I think it's been misnumbered.
Number submitter?
So let me just find it. So Roger Fannin's is number 82. Oh, maybe it has been picked up somewhere. I just couldn't see it. And it refers directly to general concern about rate-paying public regarding their capital is being eroded by the proliferation of state-owned homes being built in neighbourhoods. And I just think we do need to have an appropriate response to it. So rather than us doing it now, I'm happy that there's a response created and put forward at the next council meeting.
Thank you. Well, I've got a resolution. Yes.
That's a lovely segue.
Lovely segue, because I've got a resolution here, and as we have completed.
Well, we've got one to go, but it was almost a good segue.
Okay.
Yeah. So if I just go to the one remaining item I have, we had
Oh, I thought we'd
come
done.
today, upset that they haven't had an opportunity to speak, they haven't actually chosen to speak. Bring the submission to your attention here and assure him that you've given it due consideration. So I'm just going to refer you to that submission now. And if there's anything you want me to particularly to go back on other than what the officers will naturally do, you can tell me now. So it's in volume 7 and it's page 103. From Robin Sage. Now this does segue nicely into the last resolution we're going to ask you to pass. As you've gone through the submissions, there's a clump, isn't there, that are related to rates or comments on the plan more generally.
Yes.
Looking for those themes that I covered in my overview report. So what we're going to do, request of you, is to pass this resolution, which the Mayor will read out, which is really a catch-all where you're delegating to officers and the Mayor's office to provide the appropriate overview of the decisions made in this hearing and to also pick up on any bespoke comments within those leftover submissions that require comment. And Tanya, the one you've just raised there would fall into that category. So we'll go through those meticulously, to streamline the process. So there'll be the standard response covering all the key decisions, particularly around funding, and bespoke updates to submitters where required. The actual wording, I'm not sure.
So I'll just read the wording of the recommendation. That council officers work with the Mayor's office to produce an overview of council's decisions and, where appropriate, cover bespoke matters raised with individual submissions. Any questions on that recommendation? Happy to move that recommendation from the chair, seconded Councillor Fowler. If there's any further questions or concerns, please raise them now. No, there isn't.
And so, therefore, just further to that, if
I
you
haven't put the recommendation.
Oh, sorry.
I'll put the recommendation. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any against? Thank you. That's carried. Now, there are Mr.
Apologies.
Cameron.
Just haven't finished yet, Your Worship.
Yes, I have. Thank you.
So just to take you back to the submitter Robin Sage,
Yes.
I showed you that resolution to show how we would deal with that, but is there any particular that you wish to comment on?
With Mr. Sage.
Yeah.
Okay.
Volume 7, page 103. I did give the undertaking that you would look at it, given he didn't have the opportunity to speak.
Councillor Kerr.
He gives very strong advice about core business of council. It's very clear. And I think as officers would normally comment on submissions, we've had many of them with the tick the box, etc., that council is required to uphold the 4 well-beings. So a comment around that would be appropriate. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other views or comments? Okay, that's good. Thank you. Right, now I take you back to the council agenda item number 5 that we've been working through today, the long-term plan 2024-2034 and development contributions policy submissions, and refer you to page 7, the recommendations. Any questions on those recommendations? Councillor Kerr.
Your Worship, I'm happy to move recommendations. A, we receive the report. B, the submissions and attached comments be received. C, the decisions and amendments made at this meeting be incorporated. D, the officers' board replies to the submitters. E, that the issues raised that require further action will be brought back to us. F, that's the very formal one that we resolves in terms of the section that the principals set out are appropriate for the decisions made. And any other recommendations that we need to make? Just those ones. Happy to move those. Thank you.
Thank you, Worship. Happy to second those, and a huge thank you to the staff who have been involved in this process. just really want to take that moment to acknowledge that. This is the
Thank you.
beginning, actually, of quite a big body of work.
Thank you, Councillor Shodham. Yes, it's certainly the biggest, hardest LTP that we have ever been through forever, I think. So we have a mover and a seconder for those recommendations on item 5. No further questions or comments. I'm happy to take that recommendation. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any against? Thank you, that is carried. So that concludes our long-term plan deliberations today, and I wish to thank everybody for, working incredibly hard and long, reading lots of submissions and making some really, really hard calls today about making sure we are sticking to our core business, we are looking after our infrastructure, we are managing the delivery of rates, and we're doing the best for our community. So I just want to thank everybody for your hard work, your contribution, to the staff who've been working for months on this, and it is not easy because we're dealing with recovery and we're dealing with all of our work that we have to get on with. So thank you each and every one of you for your hard work. And could we close now with a karakia? Thank you, Councillor Heki.
Kia ora tātou, nui te whakaaro, nui te marama, nā reira he mea na hoki kia tātou. E noi tātou, kia tātou katoa, te ata whai o tō tātou ariki a Ukraiti, me te aroha o te atua, me te whiwhinga teitanga ki te wairua tapu, ake, āmene, kia ora tātou.
And a big round of applause for Lex.
And for Sandra.
Thank you, Damon. Great to have you with us today. All the best for Thursday. Thinking of you. Ka kite.